I'm back. Oh my goodness, dude. Dude, I wanted to start this at 3. Like, I wanted to start this before 3, but things happen. Maybe I should have just left the clothes on the bed. Sorry about that, guys. You know, sometimes I can do some pretty good streams, but I am not a good streamer. I'm really not a good streamer, I have to say. Let's go! Well, thank you for being such a dedicated fan, my New Zealand friend Applecake Pizza. KKG, let's get it. Let's go. Mac, this is going to be great. Let's get it. Applecake Pizza late. You there, Warhammer? Alright, and then I said that I had to fold my clothes and put them in the closet. That was me. And I really did do that, but I did some other stuff. Let's go fold them clothes. Woo! Hey, Rick Perry, what's up? I guess it must be like about 10 o'clock in the United Kingdom or whatever. I'm just guessing. Smelted. Hey, what's up, Kayuma? I can't pronounce that last word. I'm crying! Where is Warhammer? Let's go! Alright, enough of that. Enough of the comment reaction. This is the kind of friendly chat that I like. I think that I'm probably only going to do my streams between 1 and 5 a.m. Or maybe I should say 1 and 10 a.m. because none of the violent people are there, dude. None of these violent, hypocritical people are there. Alright. Dude, I'm leaving this. I'm leaving this group right now. Goodbye. Goodbye, group. I don't want nothing to do with that. All right, let's see what we got going on here. It takes forever to connect. I'm so tired of the slow internet.
Hey, Warhammer.
Hey, Guy Gel, what's up, bro? How is it in New Zealand?
Oh, not too bad, eh? It's just starting to get towards night time. It's about 8:30 p.m. So, you know, I just had some dinner, had some takeaways, had some fried rice, enjoying a couple of beers on my Friday evening. I was watching your news stream. I thought it was pretty good. I quite enjoyed it. So now I'm waiting for part 2. Forge News.
Forge News. The Forge News! Let's go!
Forge News! Let's go!
Dude, I just want to be original. I want to be original. Burger Boy is talking a lot of crap lately that I made the Forge game! I'm the one that made it, man! No, you didn't, bro. I did.
Hoping, mate. You're the one that made the Forge game. You are the Forge, buddy.
I know. There cannot be a Forge without yours truly. There is no Forge without Warhammer. I'm the one that made the great and legendary Forge that no one can stop.
Yeah, exactly, mate. They're all just coping, mate. They're coping and thieving because they're trying to take credit for your own work.
Oh, absolutely, bro. I think it just goes down to clout chasing. I don't understand him. I don't understand how to deal with him, bro. I'm probably taking, Euro says that I buy too much into it, and he's right. Beans and Greek and Rudy Coleman, all they want to do is, oh, this is a good one here. Where's that? Where's it at? Here we go. Yeah, it's Codboy Comedy from Bitwave, dude. I just hope that I don't get taken down because of the blackface. But that's a funny one.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Why do you call
That's from
yourselves
Australia as
Kiwis?
well, isn't he? He's from like Eurus' part of the world. Eurus and Rambler. They should all do like one giant meetup.
Why do you call yourselves Kiwis, if I may ask?
Because there's a bird here called a kiwi. It's like the national bird is called a kiwi, so we call ourselves Kiwis.
Oh, it's because of the bird.
I guess it'd be sort of, yeah. I guess like the Americans call themselves like, I don't know, bald eagles. It would be sort of the same concept.
Yeah.
And like saying New Zealander, it's sort of long, so I just Kiwi is like with just one syllable or two syllables.
Awesome, dude. Okay, so apparently someone from Plate Gang is saying that they're trying to swat me. I think that that's...
Well, I mean, maybe you should call up your local police department and say potentially people on the internet trying to fuck with you.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. It's not necessarily entirely doubted, but nothing's happened. Like, nothing is going to happen.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, if you do get swatted, at least it'll be good content if you don't die. I know how crazy the American police are.
Yeah, especially with guys. I mean, that guy that hit Ethan Ralph, and then they arrested or put him down. I mean, the American police are pretty much, hold on.
Insane, I guess is the word to put it.
Well, I mean, they're tame, but you can't trust them, dude. Let's see here.
No, you can't trust the police anywhere, mate. I don't trust them here.
I know, dude. It just they're untrustworthy as a group. Well, what it is they work for corporate interests. They really do try to serve the big man, which is the top 1%.
That's the whole job. And, you know, they get, like, bonuses for arresting people. It doesn't matter if they're guilty or not. So they'll arrest you for any reason.
That's pretty corrupt, dude. Is it like that in New Zealand, too? I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh, yeah, the police here are terrible.
Wow. Yeah. Dude, it seems like everybody is against me. I gotta be strong.
Well, I wouldn't say everyone's against you. I mean, I like you. I think Circa likes you. Eurus likes you. I mean, there's heaps of people that actually are like actual fans, but at the same time, you have all these like A-logs that are from Bitwave and all that, and like Plate Gang that just seem to hate you for some reason.
Oh, it's because I guess it's because I'm a Spurg, bro.
I don't think you're a Spurg. I think maybe they're just jealous. I think you might probably have just more charisma than them, so they're just a bit jealous.
Yeah,
so they have to cope by calling you a Spurg.
I'm very unusual as a person. Like, a person with my mental condition and personality type isn't really supposed to be very charismatic. Yet, I have the looks and I have the qualities of kind of, I guess, a leader. Or somewhat of a leader. A borderline leader. So I do have charisma.
Yeah.
Alright.
I mean, it was like, it's like what Surfer said. In a lot of ways, like, you remind him of PvP, and in some ways you actually do look like an older version of PvP. And I do think you guys do have, both you and PvP have a lot of charisma.
Yeah, I guess so. What is this thing about the Alamo? Okay, so I figured out what that remember the Alamo joke meme thing was.
I'm not American, but isn't it just a war that like the Texans lost or something? I don't know. That's all I know of it.
It was like a joke that Herb Green was posting in my comments section that I sound just like PPP when I say the Alamo or the Alamo. That's how PPP talks.
Yeah, saying that. Well, I mean, PPP's Canadian, and you come from what, like Texas, right? So, I mean, I don't think you sound the same.
Oh well, it's part of the United States too. all of North America is really about the same politically. All of Anglo North America. Americans
Yeah, I
love
know.
to talk a big game about stuff, but they're not really that much different from the rest of the Anglosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, it's like, well, I can tell somewhat of the difference between a Canadian and American, but I think in a lot of ways, like, Kiwis and Australians do sound somewhat similar in a lot of ways. So
Yeah, well,
I don't really mind
I
if
think
someone
that
says I'm Australian.
yeah, I think that there might be more of a difference between a Southern American, and a Northern American than there is between a Northern American and a Canadian. That is someone from the Northern United States and a Canadian.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. No, I'd say that's probably true.
Well, at least down to the provincial area. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, America and Canada are two very big countries, so there are going to be differences between the entire like continental width of the two countries. So there are going to be differences, unlike New Zealand, which is a country of a population of just over 5 million, which is like less than a lot of American states, less than Texas.
Wow. Yeah, your Canada's population is really, really small compared to America's.
Yeah, isn't Canada's population like 32 million or something?
Yes, America is like 350 million. 360
Yeah,
million.
so it's one tenth of it, but like under one tenth, really.
Yeah. America will never be invaded by another power, pretty much.
Well, that's like impossible.
It's
Yeah,
it's there's too many
the
weak
stronger.
countries. Mexico and
Yeah, well,
Canada
I
are
mean the
just too
country.
weak.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, America's never going to get invaded by Mexico or like Canada because America has like 10 times the population of Canada and like 5 times the population of Mexico.
Yeah, basically so. Yeah, Americans really do value their freedoms, but in some of the states where the Germans and the Scandinavians settled, like in the upper Midwest, there is actually more of a trust in big government. The same individual American values still apply, of course. I mean, it's still the same. But Germans and Scandinavians that live in the upper Midwest of the United States they value both freedom and rights to be free, but they also value social and economic equality. Probably New England and California and the West Coast are the best examples of that. And then in the areas where
Yeah,
the Scots and the English settled, really more so the Scots, um, like in Appalachia and the Deep South and in Texas and so forth, and the Arizona, New Mexico. Those are the places where there is less interest in wanting to have big government intervention, and it's kind of more of that Celtic kind of mindset of wanting to be free.
yeah. I guess that makes sense. I mean, yeah, America's a big country with people from all sorts of backgrounds, so you're going to have different areas with sort of different general views. So I think that makes sense.
Yeah,
Also, maybe it has something to do with genetics because, like, what the Norwegians have a government now that very sort of, has a strong, social welfare state, and there's a lot of government ownership in the industries in these Nordic countries, like the oil industry and like the energy industry and all that sort of thing. So I guess maybe that's sort of genetic because all the Nordic countries have like these social democratic governments that have sort of high taxes, but also like a strong social welfare system.
yeah,
Who knows?
yeah, and the United States is just a blueprint of the same thing as well from those European settlers. Like the parts of the United States that's more Scandinavian, I think they have institutions or public institutions that are going to reflect the Scandinavian imprint. And then, like, parts of the United States that were settled by British people are going to have institutions that reflect more individuality and freedom and stuff.
Yeah, well, a lot of these the sort of freedom movements, have traced their origins in England. Like, well, what do you have in England? You had the Glorious Revolution and stuff like that, and you had, the Magna Carta and things like that coming from England. Anyways, I'm going to grab another beer. I'll be back in a minute.
Sure, mate. Sure. I was wondering why New Zealanders were called Kiwis.
Well, yeah, it's because there's a bird here called kiwi. Like I said, it would be like calling Americans bald eagles. Sort of same concept. Or like Australians like emus or something. Because there's a bird here called kiwi. It's a national bird, basically.
Mac, I think that Mac wants to come on. He doesn't have a Discord.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. No, I'll just be back in a minute. Just give me a sec.
Oh, dude, I don't know how to stay on here on Discord and chat with you and have Mac come on in StreamYards, dude. Yeah, that would be cool to have Mac come on. I tell you what, I'll set up a StreamYards right fast. Let's see here, StreamYards. The thing about StreamYards is that every month you're assigned a certain amount of hours. And after you use up your free hours, you have to pay.
Have you heard of Jitsi? It's like a free, it's sort of like Zoom, but you don't have to make any accounts. So you don't have to sign up. It's basically just like a Google Hangout or a Zoom. But you don't have to make any accounts. You can just sort of jump in.
Yeah, I was in a Jitsi call a couple of hours ago.
Well, do you want to use that? Because that doesn't use Discord.
Let's see if Mac wants to do a Jitsi. I don't think he does.
Because I was thinking of using one on my stream, because there was someone in my chat. Oh no, it was the Bible study stream, Joe. He hangs around in Surface chat. He seems like a very sort of knowledgeable guy about the Bible. He seems to know his stuff. But I asked him if he wanted to come on Discord, but he says he doesn't use it. So.
Let's see here. I'm finding my password. I can't believe that somebody sent me a cow eye.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Are you keeping it in the freezer or something? Because it still doesn't look like it's rotting or anything, so it looks pretty intact.
Is there any way on OBS to where you can fuzz out or like, what is it called, put a blur over something? I guess not.
Not that I know of. I'm not that good at OBS. I use Streamlabs OBS, but as far as I know, there's no way to do that.
6-digit code. Dude, what is this? What was that show?
What are you looking at?
What was that show called? Come on, Sesame Street, dude. This feels like Sesame Street. Oh, here you go. Can you find the 6-digit code? Oh, you mean just like on Sesame Street, dude. What is this?
Oh, this is the captcha or whatever it is, whatever they're called, captcha.
Okay, I gotta make sure that people do not see the code that I'm using, because they can also use it to access this account, and then they'll get control of it, and they'll go to Music Biz Marty's channel and they'll troll him with my account. Dude, I got so many people that are out to get me. Create a broadcast.
Well, I accidentally streamed this channel a couple days ago because I used the stream key.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Where is my thing? Yeah, turn that on. Okay, I don't want... Okay, I don't want that to be seen because it has my password. And William Gloryhole and Rudy Coleman and Beans and Greek will take advantage of that at my expense. All right.
Well, what's wrong with Greek? I thought he was a good guy. What happened to him?
Check your
He
email.
turned out to be a troll.
What title? Oh, dude. Bro, I'll have to start another broadcast. And I can't even do a share screen. No. Go back.
Well, maybe just use a Jitsi call. Like, I think Mac said he would be alright with that.
Okay, I've never created a StreamYards thing, so I can only create a new broadcast. The War... No, wait a second. Let's go back. The Forge Show. There we go. Welcome to the Forger, where the competition is smelted. There we go. So am I...
Got it sorted?
So basically, I'm going to actually be running 2 different broadcasts.
Okay.
If I'm correct.
Well, you can delete the other one when you're done, I guess, and just keep the normal one up.
Okay. I'm entering the studio now. Here we go. Your browser can't access your devices. Close any applications that might be using your camera. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Alright, here's an invite. Copy. Okay, go back to the stream thing. Greet turned when you started to bring DD around. Why do Beans and DD have such a problem with DD? I never really understood that. Okay, Mac, I got it, bro. Okay, are you okay about going into StreamYards?
Yeah, that's alright. Oh, you're talking Mac.
I'm gonna try to bring him in. Here you go, bro.
Yeah, I'll jump in Streamlabs as well. Cheers. I might get my webcam going.
Okay. Well, I'll end this then. Here we go. And I don't see nobody in yet. All right. Now here's the problem. Any little troll could probably jump in. So I'm going to leave you in the background until I know 100% for sure that you are who you claim to be. So, you know, the Laughing Adolf might jump in here and try to do something, and, you know, things happen, random things happen. I'm not perfect. Dee Dee is far from perfect, but I guess you could say that she has potential. I don't get it. Am I running 2 broadcasts? I don't get this, dude. I'm not as tech savvy as I once was. I'm just not, dude. Okay, Mac, how do I get you into the StreamYards, bro? Okay. Oh, there you are, bro. Yeah, add to stream. Hey, what's up?
What's up, man?
Hey, what's up? Now, how do I know that you're not the Laughing Adolf or anyone that'll, like, you know, play some crazy porno music and get my stream taken down?
Yeah, dude, I've been following your channel like for a while now. Like since we had the discussion about the universe, I believe, the expanse of the universe, and then I think we talked a little bit about some biblical doctrines too earlier, the Trinity. So yeah, I am Mac, the guy who's been commenting. So it's good to meet you. You know, you're an interesting guy. I love your show. So. Mm-hmm.
I try to be, bro. I don't have a cohesive philosophy as much as Southern Israelite or Eric John Phelps or Jay Dyer do. Unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
I'm still kind of working on that.
Yeah, all three of those guys are scams. All three of them are scams. Like, I don't know who's worse. Like, I dislike all three of them. I dislike, at least I'd say Jay Dyer is probably the lesser of three evils, but the other, like the other two, they both are scams. I mean, they both are flat earthers. That to me was a big sign that these people are no good. And
yeah, it's nice to finally be able to talk to someone again from that corner of the internet. It kind of gets old to talk about Ethan Rolfe and about Ganval and IP2 and all these other people. But yeah, it's nice to finally talk to someone from that side of the internet again.
Yeah. Well, I think with our friend Drake, I think first off, the guy's a Freemason. Okay, the guy's I believe the Masonic Lodge he attended. They confirmed that he was a member, so I think he might be some COINTEL agent just here to infiltrate. That's really what it looks like, and I think he left because his ministry failed, I guess. So he really had nothing else to stand on. So no one was really following him at that. I mean, I think he drove his followers away. The guy's a narcissist, so he mostly just drove everyone around him. He just. And I think you said it was to a point where a lot of people were following were Muslims actually. So it's like he wasn't even trying to aim at the audience. He was trying to, I think he was trying to form like a white Anglo-Saxon country breakaway state, and he wasn't appealing. He was driving those people away.
I think that God was punishing him myself. I believe that God is punishing the white Anglo-Saxon peoples for their acceptance of capitalism and degeneracy and basically going against the laws of nature and the Bible and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, they brought destruction upon themselves. Like it says in the Old Testament to the Israelites, it says, if you do not obey my commands, I will disperse you among the nations. So it's the same thing again. I mean, it's the same thing happening to a lot of this British thought, is like this intellectual British thought, it's like people like Richard Dawkins, they spread this like atheistic, secular message, and a lot of it has come from Britain from the last maybe 70, 80 years, so.
Yeah, a lot of the...
I was setting up my webcam.
Hey, what's up, man? Nice. Thank you for coming into the stream yards, bro.
Well, I think we lost Warhammer.
He's back.
Oh, he's gone again.
Yeah.
Okay, what does this say? Press CTRL.
Yeah, Warhammer, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, man? Come on, unmute. Okay, there I am.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to take this, I think it's easier if you take StreamYard Live. I think that makes it pretty easy. I think you want to do that.
No. I already got this thing running. Oh, that's why okay, I figured out now what's going on.
Yeah.
That's why it didn't work. I had the camera on OBS.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So can you take this StreamYard, can you put it live? Like, can you take this live by any chance? Or
what's on your stream now? Oh, yeah, I can see
it's on OBS. It's already on OBS. Let me check and see and make sure.
So you're basically doing like a workaround.
We're on OBS. Yeah, it works just fine. People can see us.
If you don't mind me asking, what is the format for this show, the Forger?
Oh, okay. The way that I was planning to do this
Because we
was...
still just got on and had a chat, so I'm wondering what the actual format is.
That's a little bit messed up. I need to learn how to use some software to make intros and outros and make it more professional looking, kind of like PPP's, what is it called? The PPP thing, the Kino Casino. That's it, the Kino Casino, dude.
Yeah, I think Andy Warski handles all that. He seems to be really, I mean, despite, all the flaws of Andy Warski and PvP, Andy Warski actually seems to be quite a whiz at using OBS. So.
Well, I noticed that he said that he needed PPP to help him with the mic volume. I noticed him saying that.
Yeah. Wasn't that part of PPP's law that he didn't want to use OBS? He needed an OBS slave? Has he started to learn how to use OBS now?
I don't know, man. Euros. Why is Euros so interested in PPP and Surfer?
Euros? Well, I don't know. I think they were pretty entertaining. I quite liked PPP and Surfer back in the day. I mean, I don't really watch that much PPP anymore because I think his show's really boring. I don't give a shit about like Ethan Ralph and Nick Fuentes, so I sort of stopped watching it. But they were entertaining, so maybe that's why he cares about it. And now sort of PvP's fallen from grace and sort of sold out, so it's all sort of interesting, I guess.
Well, then why is PPP able to have a larger following than Drunken Surfer
then? I guess because, well, Andy Warski had his following and PPP had his following. And, they were getting a couple hundred views, PPP and Andy Warski, on their respective channels before the sort of Kino Casino. And I guess when they started, they got both of their audiences combined, plus new people that just hate Ethan Ralph, which is, there's, by the looks of it, by the views on their videos, there's just thousands of people that seethe about Ethan Ralph constantly. So I think they just captured that entire audience.
Yeah, that's...
It's very funny, like, I don't know. Oh, sorry, you go, Warhammer.
It's okay, man. I apologize. I apologize, bro. Yeah, a lot of this, though, was started by Ethan Ralph. Or Ethan Ralph. A lot of this was started by the Ralphiverse or the Killstream. And, like, a lot of these people used to follow him, and then they turned against him or something, or whatever. That's how Plate Gang got started. The J-Dank's army, they followed Ganval, and this Fletch guy, Fletch was the one that started the J-Dank's army, and they got it from the DX thing. All J-Danks used to be in Ganval's server before the J-Dank's army was formed. Dude, I can't believe how those people actually are. Did you know that they made Jason homeless? That's what Dee Dee told me.
No, most of what I know from the J-Dank's army is also from DD, and I guess you probably need more than one source to be able to say something is true or not, so I can't really say. I don't really know that much about J-Danks. I just knew this sort of J-Dank's army was like a troll army, that's about it. So I had some guy claiming to be from like the J-Dank's army, like try to troll the Bible study server on Discord once.
Block him, dude.
So that's about it. Yeah, it's pretty much all I know about him.
Yeah. People, are you from Auckland or Christchurch or Wellington?
I'm in Auckland.
Auckland, okay.
Worst place in New Zealand.
Yeah, isn't the city divided? Like, there's like isn't it divided into like two parts? Auckland, like a northern and southern. And...
Well, it's a North and South Island, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You got Auckland and Wellington on the North Island, and you got like Christchurch and like Otago, South Island. But South Island has like 1.5 million people, and North Island has like 3.5 million. So that's not necessarily a good thing. I sort of prefer the South Island. I've gone there many a time. It's a very nice place.
Mm-hmm. It's quality. I mean, I'm guessing in New Zealand, I guess is like what's the landscape like there? Is like I know parts it's mountainous, but it's also like. Also, there's some open fields there too, I guess.
Yeah, there's a lot of farmland. I mean, there's some very nice like beaches and stuff here. but for some mountainous areas, they're very beautiful. And there's there's virgin forests and stuff here as well, so like forests that are not being touched by humans. Real nice, a real nice place. It's real nice. It's a real beautiful country, like scenic, like nature. Very beautiful.
Yeah, I'd love to visit. I've never been there, but I would love to visit someday.
Yeah, I think New Zealand's a country you want to visit but not live in. That's what I see.
Yeah, what would you say? Like, I guess New Zealand's probably more similar to like Sweden, or in terms of like governing stock system. I'm guessing it's more like.
Well, imagine like a country with the GDP of Poland, but it's like ruled by like Reddit tier libtards, and that's pretty much what like New Zealand is.
That sucks.
Like it has the lowest GDP per capita in the entire like Anglosphere, and but it's like ruled by complete absolute libtards. So, the country is legit. Like government like pretty bad.
Yeah. Another.
Very beautiful. The weather's good.
I know that recently they took. I think it was like 3 years ago they did a ban on all assault weapons in the country after that alleged.
Yeah, I never owned any assault rifles or any firearms whatsoever, but I had a mate that owned one, and he like, well, I won't say what he did, but I also had another mate that wanted to buy one, and he couldn't, like, just as they were trying to introduce the ban.
That was so infuriating.
Yeah, I don't own any weapons, but I have a few mates that own firearms.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one thing the powers that be want to do. We talk about the powers that be. The Jesuit order, Freemasons. They want to disarm pretty much all the Western countries which are armed. They want them disarmed, so there's no way of resisting. So that's what they're trying hard to put that in.
They did that here pretty successfully because everyone is a fucking idiot. So.
Yeah. And did it that alleged there was the mosque shooting incident, which is questionable. I mean, there's a lot of like, I don't know if you ever looked. Did you ever look into that event? Like, what happened?
Well, I know the mosque that he shot up was like a known recruiting ground for like ISIS and Al Qaeda. So it was a pretty risky mosque.
Yeah, but it was like, the thing is, the whole event was like sketchy. There was like, if you look at the footage of it, it's really sketchy. Like, it makes you question whether like the event happened as it.
I'm just gonna say, for Warhammer's safety for his channel, you might want to not talk about this, so you might get.
I would, I come from a pocket which is like we talk about this stuff, and like it's so there's so many. I would say which is why this is not even my main channel. I have a different channel which I don't want to. I don't want Warhammer's channel getting invaded by the people in my pocket, but it's like when you start talking about this stuff, it brings in a lot of the I would say paid trolls into the chat, and they just so many people shill for this stuff. Like maybe that's like it's incredible, really. Like you'd be surprised the amount of.
I have a federal agent that's made an entire documentary about me. It's like 30 minutes long. His name's Rudy Coleman. He made this Warhammer's Gang Stalkers, and he's basically going on, this guy has schizophrenia, don't listen to him, he's an idiot. Oh, I'm an idiot, I got schizophrenia, don't listen to this guy, disinfo like that. That was the same thing that they were doing with Southern Israelite, if you remember. They basically were gaslighting him.
The thing about him is he gets triggered, so he's very easy to get agitated, and then when he gets triggered, he just disappears for a while after he gets agitated. It's not hard to trigger him.
Well, he's already common a homosexual, so I don't really trust what he says, to be honest. A homosexual, and he's been accused of things possibly worse than that. I'll just say that.
Oh,
I wouldn't really trust the guy.
Yeah, yeah. You know Southern, 3-4. Southern Israelite, right?
No, I actually don't. This is the first time I heard of it was Warhammer's video he had on earlier, so I actually don't know that. Is that he's Black Israelites? Is he like a southern version of the Black Israelites? What's that?
Pretty much. I mean, he wants to
basically.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, he's not very. I mean, he all he does is he tries to present himself as intelligent. But if you were to look at his arguments, he's not really well informed on a lot of things. Firstly, he's a flat earther. He thinks space is all a hoax, and
yeah, I know an Asian guy he's sort of a mate of mine, but he's a bit of a schizo. He's going on about like the flat Earth and the ether and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just sort of entertain him because he's sort of red pilled on like the vaccine and stuff, but he's always going on about flat Earth and like the moon being a like hologram and stuff like that.
Oh wow.
He's real into it. He's real.
Yeah. No, there was this guy.
He's a good guy, but he's a bit schizo.
Yeah. Do you know Dave? You know Dave Johnson? He's like old school YouTube. Dave Johnson, you know him?
Doesn't ring a bell. Maybe what does he do? It might refresh my memory.
He was from the whole truth pocket, like conspiracy pocket, and like he put out the craziest stuff. He used to say like the moon's a hologram, and that like earthquakes are a hoax. Like he was like the volcanic eruptions are fake. Like he was insane. That guy was insane.
That sounds like David
before my time. When was this on YouTube?
It's like 2015.
Oh, okay. It wasn't before my time, but I wasn't paying attention.
The thing about whole flat Earth is like I'm pretty much convinced that flat Earth was some sort of like COINTEL operation going on just to discredit.
Sort of like QAnon. I sort of think the
same. Yeah, exactly. That's what it was. Just like you. Actually, I was talking. I have another buddy who we talk with this all the time, but it's like QAnon and like flat Earth. Those both were operations just to discredit like real truth seekers. Like, and they both were popularized like by the mainstream media. Like both the mainstream media was like, I remember like 2016, the mainstream media was like all over flat Earth. Oh, there's this group of people that think the Earth is flat, and then it just made everything. People are trying to get the truth out, whatever's going on. Be it 9/11 or whatever. Gun control. Like it's just that whole group, like the whole flat Earth thing, just destroyed the whole like YouTube truth community that was there. Just divided it and just.
Yeah. No, that's the same thing I see with QAnon and all these other retarded conspiracy theories. They just seem like so retarded that they put off normal people, and only like the most like retarded to get those people that are like they've taken too many red pills that they sort of got like lobotomized.
I always hated that.
People that believe these sort of things.
I always hated that QAnon thing. That was from 2019, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think 18 is when I noticed it, but. Yeah, I'd say maybe like late 2017 started, but I learned about it in like 2018 when I heard like some, like what was it? It was like I think it was at some Trump rallies. People were touting QAnon. Yeah, I always felt like it was just a disinfo psyop the whole time, just to make people think, first off, make them trust the system again, make them think that Trump is fighting for them, and we all know Trump is also just as controlled. He went to Fordham University, I think he went to Fordham University. Right? It's a Jesuit school, I believe, right?
I know. Apparently, Surf is having a 1,000 subscriber celebration. What's that about?
I don't know. I'll give him an invite. Surfer is a pretty cool guy. I don't think he really understands our side of understanding how the world works, to be blunt about it. But I think he's very open-minded. Oh, did you miss the entire thing about Burger Boy and me, didn't you?
Yeah, I don't think I remember that. So
Burger Boy was trying to use my content for his gang stalking videos, and he actually uploaded a video that doxed my first and last name. That's how people got my name, was from him and Pimpin' Pat.
Mm-hmm.
But Pimpin' Pat's a nobody. The Pimpin' Pat was pretty smart too. I was in a call with him one time, and he literally admitted that he works for the FBI. That was kind of weird. And then later, when I talked to him in Discord, he said that he does not work in that, but that he's like some kind of what is it? Electronics market sales, like what is it? Some kind of telemarketing. For advertisements on like Facebook or websites like that. I don't know the exact electronical telemarketing, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't Surfer do telemarketing? Yeah, he makes you think.
Well, how did he get your first and last name? Like.
Pimpin' Pat already knew about it. Pimpin' Pat got my docs or something. I think here's what happened. I was talking to this guy called Oliver D. Smith, and he got I gave him my name and an email a long time ago when I was talking to him. He gave that to for Eric 4 got a hold of that, and she posted it on IP2 on a alt of hers, and then someone on IP2 found that and gave it to Pimpin' Pat, and I guess Pimpin' Pat gave that to Burger Boy. So that's how that happened.
That sucks. That really sucks, man. That's the worst thing can happen here is your docs getting out.
I know, dude. Look at this crap here that Plate Gang sent me. This was sent to me from Zoom or Herb Green. I think it was Zoom.
How long have you had that? It's gonna be rotting by now, mate.
Like a week.
Yeah, you've had it for a week, mate. It's got to start smelling out your house.
Yeah.
So dumb.
Hey, Warhammer, you're from the South, or Warhammer, you're from the South, right?
I live in Texas, but I am actually of both Yankee and Southern heritage.
Oh, that's cool.
If that makes sense. So basically, I'm just a typical American. The truth is that like the people from the different states and regions, after like the highway system or the road system and like jet planes and air traffic travel was invented and stuff, our large formerly pioneer country basically shrank considerably, and people moved to the cities from the countryside, and Americans have just really kind of really intermingled in the melting pot. I hate it. I hate that
when you
personally.
think about it, like the United States, like literally spans a whole continent. So back in the day, like it would take weeks to like traverse that. Now you have to do it like a couple hours on an airplane.
Yeah, first it was like the only way to traverse it was through horse-drawn carriage. It was not until like I think the railroad got invented. That's when like we sort of started getting more connected, and then of course the automobile. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, that changed everything, and then commercial airplane travel.
Yeah, I don't know when was the railway system built in the United States?
It was like early to mid 1800s.
Yeah. No, New Zealand was sort of built in the late 1800s. So
it gradually happened over a long course of time. By the time of the Civil War, the entire northeastern United States already had very good rail links, and then gradually after that, at the end of the 19th century, the rail system was throughout the entire United States. The South languished in poverty for a long time, and development was slower in the South than it was in the rest of the country.
Well, it's sort of funny. In New Zealand, there's some places that still rely on rail to reach because there's no proper highways there because there's like not enough people live there, and it's past like mountain ranges, so they only have like one rail tunnel that goes to these places. There's no proper highways.
Interesting.
Yeah, like pretty much in America, like America's built on the automobile, so it's like pretty much every like
New Zealand. Like all sort of new world countries are sort of built around automobiles.
Yeah, I would say if you go to like I don't know, if you go to like Germany or the Netherlands, I would say those countries are. I guess those countries are much older than the United States,
exactly.
New Zealand. Yeah, so it's like I actually know someone from Denmark. I don't think she said like you really don't need it. If you live in like Copenhagen, you really don't need to own a car because like everything is connected by public transit. So like the rail, the city, the railway system there, it connects almost every block of the city. So
yeah, you can't say that about Auckland. It's definitely not the case. I'll say that. I don't think you can say that about any like major city in New Zealand. So.
Yeah, it's because it's like United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. We're relatively new countries compared to Europe.
Oh,
so
definitely. Compared to Europe, those cities are thousands of years old, and our cities are hundreds of years old.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like American cities. They were like once the Model T came out, it was like the infrastructure in America was built around like making sure that people can drive an automobile and large duty trucks. But Britain, France, those countries were built at a time when people were still using horse-drawn carriages. So it's like for them, like cars have to motorists have to adapt to the ancient city. But in America, that's American, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. It's unnecessary because the cities are built around having a personal car. So.
Yeah, especially when the cities started getting big, because before, the car was really that big a deal. There was only like 1 million people in New Zealand, so the cities were really small. But as sort of you had the big population boom here, people started owning automobiles, so then they started to plan, urban planning around vehicles, like personal vehicles, and not around public transport, not around walking. So that's why there's like in a lot of places that I've lived, there's really not much in walking distance, or like there's like not even like public transport in walking distance. Like real bad. Where I live now, there is no public transport. You have to have a car, otherwise you're sort of screwed.
Yeah, same here in America. Like I don't see how you can live without a car, so unless you live in maybe New York City. But if you're pretty much every part of America, even like Los Angeles, or Chicago, you pretty much need a car. So it's like because the rail system only can get you so far. So.
Well, that's the thing. I've been to Tokyo, and you definitely don't need a car there. Their public transport system's really good.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's like they probably have a good bus system too. Because I heard the bus systems are very quick there. It's like every minute there's a bus coming.
Yeah,
like it's not. Like here, if you want to take a bus, like if you miss the first bus, you have to wait 30 minutes for another. So it's like
no, that's exactly the same here.
Did you know that Japan has
like 30 minutes to an hour sometimes, depending on where you are.
Really? Yeah, same here.
Why can't we have bullet trains? Like, why can't we have railroads like that?
Yeah, I wish we had bullet trains in the new world, but they don't seem to be a thing.
Yeah, I guess it's because, rail... in America, rail travel is mostly used for shipping cargo. It's not really, ever since the airplane came, no one really travels, unless you're traveling, from, New York to Washington.
It's the same for New Zealand. Rail's mostly just used for cargo.
I see. Yeah, here it's most of the trains we see, we do have I think we have we have Amtrak and MARC, which are government. Amtrak I think is government. I don't think MARC is government funded, but it's most train travel. It's mostly people who travel by train. It's mostly just between New York and Philadelphia. It's if you're going from New York to Chicago, you're better off taking an airplane. So it's So here it's mostly trains are used for cargo. There's not really much. So I guess the reason we don't have bullet trains is because pretty much everyone in America has a car. So it's probably not feasible to have I guess the will to build it is not there because not as many people are going to use it. So.
Oh, did you know?
I went to the website to see how much it costs for a rail ticket from Auckland to Wellington, and their website doesn't even work. So that shows how many people are doing that.
I wouldn't know, dude. The value of New Zealand dollars is different from USD.
Yeah, about 100 New Zealand dollars is about 70 American. So it's about 70% of the value, I guess you'd say.
What do you think about investing in Bitcoin? Could you... I don't think... Dude, there's no way that you can strike it rich by investing in Bitcoin. Because I've never seen that many successes.
Yeah, Bitcoin's a failure. I mean, it crashed 5 years ago. It's just some small group of people who still think they still believe in it. But I think it's mostly dead by now at this point. So
I would rather invest in silver.
Oh, sorry. What? I mean, you go.
I do apologize, but I was just saying that I would invest in silver. That's what the Southern Israelite was doing, if you probably paid attention, before he closed his channel down. Him and that Black Omar guy, lived together in the same residency, and they were both investing in silver.
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought it was a good idea to invest in platinum, because apparently that's undervalued.
Platinum.
Yeah, platinum.
That's kind
Because
of like
platinum is 10 times rarer than gold, but it's only like 3 times the cost.
really
Apparently
so
it's undervalued.
kind of
Yeah,
like there's a
that's what I heard.
loophole. Interesting. So there's kind of
Let
like a
me look it
loophole
up.
there.
I'll look up value of platinum.
Surfer, I'm not, dude. Surfer, I'm not gonna call in to you, bro, unless you want to do it on the phone. I'll give you my phone number and you can call in, bro. We'll do that, but I'm not gonna leave these guys just to like say, "Oh, happy 1,000th sub anniversary celebration." I'm not that kind of a guy, dude.
Happy 1,000 subs, mate. If I even called in, I don't know where the hell I would call into. I said I might later, but I don't even know where you want me to call in.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what's going on. It's an inside joke. Like, they want to play up that I'm like some sort of a PPP or Chris Chan lolcow thing, and I'm not falling for it, dude. I'm not gonna fall for
Well,
that.
you're nothing like Christian. Christian's like a complete spastic that made a retarded like Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon.
I
You're
know.
a guy that makes like YouTube videos.
Well, that's what Jay Danks and Greek and Beans want to make me out to be, bro. And it's not gonna work because that's not my character. Why can't these people just grow up and accept me for who I am? I'm so tired of being so personal with it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, I never got the idea of trolling. It's just you're fucking with someone else. Just improve your own life, buddy. Focus on yourself.
Yeah, well, the whole point. I think like, because I've seen some notorious trolls, and the reason they're here is because they failed at their own lives, and this is their way of feeling good about themselves. Just try to feel like, oh, I'm doing something in the world. So that's what it's supposed to be.
Like on the internet that only like a couple hundred people will even know about it max. So
yeah,
real achievement there, buddy.
Yeah, it's like I've seen some pretty bad troll. Like they get like maybe 10 to 14 people watching, and to them it's like they think they're like celebrities by doing it. That's
What a waste of
that's
life.
YouTube trolling. Like I've seen some pretty bad. I've seen I know one guy like he's made like over like 100 videos on one of my other friends. Just 100 videos. 100, yeah, over 100. He's calling my friend the P word and all that. Just false accusations, just for fun, just for fun. And the guy lives with his mom too. He lives in his mom's basement, so he has nothing to do. So.
Was this guy DJ Axel?
No. No, my friend, not DJ Axel. No.
DJ
I don't agree with DJ Axel. I was talking about it last night on my cooking stream. That the guy pretends to be a pedo, but joking about it sort of normalizes it, like what Hollywood did in the 70s and 80s about homos. They would joke about it, and then slowly it was normalized. So if you're joking about being a pedo, whether you're doing it intentionally or not, you're sort of normalizing it in a way. So,
no, that's what they want. That's what they've done exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I don't agree with DJ Axel pretending to be a pedophile.
Mm-hmm. Some people just love to throw that accusation, but it's, calling someone that's probably the most defaming thing you can probably say on here. So it's like some people just love to just drop that word and just call them that without any evidence. Yeah, like some of these trolls, that's their favorite word. Like they call other people, and it's really just Sometimes I feel like these guys are projecting. Like these are the guys who are having these weird like thoughts in their mind. They're just projecting on other people. That's why I see when someone repeats something, whatever it is, like someone says narcissist over and over again. I really think if they're just repeating the same word, I think they're just saying it just to project their what they are onto other people. That's what.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think that's largely true to a degree. Like how all they just say, like, I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know if you know Mormon Shaggy or not. This dude's like out of control. He's saying he's like the holiest man on the internet, and then also he admits to like having sex with like sex trafficked prostitutes. The guy's real messed up.
That sounds just like Drake too.
Yeah, I don't know. The guy's real crazy. I mean,
yeah.
I used to like him. I thought maybe he would like be able to sort of come around, but over the last couple of weeks, he's just been exposed to being a real piece of shit.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what Drake is, and he goes on about how he's the top educator in the world when no one really listens to him. Like that's his favorite. That's what he also puts on his banner: top educator, top educator, top educator. And he said, "I'm the most feared debater," but he's the one who backs out of debate. Once the moment he realizes that he's getting embarrassed, he just rage quits. That's what he does. He always does. Right, Warhammer.
Especially that inescapable reality. But dude, inescapable reality is an asshole too, just like Drake. Yeah, that's the thing. They're all assholes, dude. They all think that they're so great that their shit don't stink. That's what it is. I think that there's a personality type or whatever. I don't know exactly what it is, but there's like a personality type. Sam Wagner is a very good person to look into about this, but there's a type of narcissist personality trait that Mormon Shaggy and Drake Shelton or Southern Israelite and even Inescapable Reality and Lanceteer have. Where they all think that they're the best. Reformed Stoic does not have that kind of a trait, and the reason why I don't think he does is because he sees himself as a victim. These other guys, they see themselves as like, I don't know, alpha guys or whatever, and they're beta males. They're kind of alpha wannabe betas. Reformed Stoic sees himself as a victim of circumstance, so I'm not going to include him in that.
Yeah. I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, but it's like when someone repeatedly has to call themselves, like, repeatedly has to say that they're the top educator, they're the number one, like, that just really shows, and when no one's really listening to them, that just shows that they're just, I think they're just projecting their own insecurity, because they know in the end that they're not, and no one really cares what they say. Like, I think that's why SI left YouTube, is because I think he realized that no one was really, the only people he was really appealing to were Muslims, and so it's like to the point he was just becoming irrelevant. So that's why he just said, "All right, I'm done. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna go to Las Vegas and just."
All right, I might give that Surfer a call. I congratulate him on his 10K. It is actually a pretty big milestone, so I'll go call him. I'll call him.
Where is Surfer at? Fucking hell.
Well, maybe I could do both. I might be on both streams. But I'll give him a call on Discord.
Let's see here. Where are you, Surfer? Do you think that Surfer might have a borderline personality disorder or something? Or maybe that's more PPP.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. He seems like a pretty, honest dude. I think he's a pretty chill guy.
I'm just going to call him on my phone and stay in here. If he doesn't come on in a minute, I'm getting off. So anyways, I don't know, man. I gave $100 to that Southern Israelite guy, and he just took it, like it was milk money, It's kind of like the bully that takes your milk money at school, except much more professional.
Well, how'd you learn about SI? Like, I learned about it because, I think Eric John Phelps had him on his show. That's how I found out about him. And yeah, first I thought, he seemed like an intelligent guy, but yeah, then I looked at his channel. I was like, oh yeah, that was in 2014, 2015. I think I found about him, I believe.
I found his site. I don't actually remember how I found him. I found him through Eric John Phelps' work too. There was a Scottish guy that did free Masonic and Jesuit stuff and like Jacobin related things. I forgot his name, but I followed him before I found out about Southern Israelite. When my first impressions of Southern Israelite was that he was like he loved Elizabeth Tudor or Elizabeth the First Tudor, and he's always like he's an Anglophile. I think that's the main takeaway is that he's a big Anglophile.
Mhm.
Southern Israelite is basically a try-hard, just like Stoic, and just like all these other people. They're all try-hards.
Yeah, I think him and Jay Dyer, like honestly, I know they come from opposing backgrounds, but they really are. I can't stand Jay Dyer either. Jay Dyer is just self-righteous. I'm right. Orthodoxy. That's it. No other way.
It's a guy called Mac. Is there any way that we could get Surfer on at the same time? Because I'm not leaving.
He has to jump in and. Yeah, he can jump into the StreamYard link. That's one way you can have him on our show. Just get the StreamYard link and you can come on.
I already did. I'm not calling him no more. I feel that he just wants to pester me and use me for clout. That's all that Euros and these other people do is they clout chase off of me. I do believe that Burger Boy was right about that. But Burger Boy was way worse in that he wanted to turn me into a lol cow. I was going to tell you, but I was on this stream and Burger Boy was like on there with this guy called The American Dream. You probably don't know who he is, but he's a real drugged up guy. And I don't think I don't think that American Dream was suicidal per se. I think that he was just like really out of it from drinking a lot, and he was just kind of, chemically imbalanced in his brain or whatever. You know, you have to consider the time and the mood of the situation where it was happening. But he took a loaded gun and put it up to his neck. You know, if he had really, and Burger Boy was on there, and like Burger Boy did nothing. Burger Boy did virtually nothing for this man. At that moment, I should have no longer been friends with Burger Boy. So the truth is that I am at fault as a person and as a human being and a Christian for not unfriending Burger Boy and blocking him and having nothing to do with him at that point and just letting it linger as it was. The truth is that I am at fault with God for allowing such a narcissist like that to be my friend or to be close to me.
Yeah, well, there's a time where you have to say enough is enough. There's a time where you just have to put your foot down and say, you know what, I'm done, just get out of my life. That's it. As they say, shame on, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. So it's like, there has to be a time where you just have to say, all right, enough is enough. You're not deceiving me anymore. Just get off my channel. Just.
I think in a lot of cases, pain and suffering is actually good. I think that yes. I think the idea.
Sorry about that. The train was coming by. I didn't want it to ruin the stream.
You live near a railroad?
Yes, and a power station. I would say that the power station is worse because the electrical currents...
So what, sorry, no, never mind. Sorry, you go. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, the electrical currents interfere with the waves or whatever, like, what is the internet waves called? Are they radio waves? I'm pretty sure they're like some kind of, AM or FM radio waves, and like the currents interfere with it, and it slows the internet down. I don't know how all that works. What were you going to ask 3-4?
Oh, I was going to ask, because you mentioned before that you want your channel to be different than all the other channels and like making videos and stuff. What's your plans for content for the future, or like going forward?
Well, I don't know if you know about this, but there is this show called Invader Zim. And the reason why Invader Zim became so successful on Nickelodeon was because... I'm getting a call, bro.
Oh, I think this is Surfer's one. I reckon just go in. We can be in both. Hey Surfer, congrats. Congrats on the 1K. Congrats on the 1K, buddy. It's a real good milestone, mate.
Dude, Mormon Shaggy's in there.
Yes. Celebration straight.
Yeah, mate, I got my beers. Wait, I'll turn my camera on.
I'm drinking Guinness for this.
Hey, congrats, Drunken Surfer, bro. Congrats, my man.
No, my camera still doesn't work in this.
You know, I'm gonna be honest, but I kind of feel that these people just want to use me for clout.
Yeah, probably they just want their channel promoted to get more views. That's what they want. Or name recognition.
Yeah. I want to be different like Invader Zim.
Multitasking. I'm on Warhammer stream and Surfer stream at the same time. Let's go!
Let's go! Forge Gang! And Burger Boy did not create it either. Forge Gang! Hey, what's up?
You mentioned...
Sorry, man.
All right, Warhammer, I might go into Surface chat for a little bit. I'm going to congratulate him on his 1K. It's a good milestone, mate.
Okay. Thank you for coming on, 3-4.
No, I'm always glad to join your streams, Warhammer. I'm just going to go jump into Surface one.
Yeah. Good to talk. Good to meet you, 3-4. Good to meet you. Good talk.
Good to talk to you as well, Matt. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, no problem. I'll catch you later.
Okay. You know what? I don't think that I want to go in there. I feel like I don't want to go in that mess.
Yeah, it's not worth it, dude. Like, I realize this, dude. I've been going on YouTube panels for about 3 years now. It's not worth going into, like, if the stream is drama infested, then it's not worth it, because, you know, once drama starts, it keeps going on and on and on. It just never ends. So it's like, it's not worth it.
What do you talk about or discuss? I'm pretty sure you don't discuss about these kind of alternative politics or like hypothetical politics.
That's really mostly. I come from a conspiracy pocket, so it's like, yeah, that's what we mostly discuss. I mean, and I don't really go on shows as much as I used to, but like, yeah, mostly we discuss some of these like so-called shootings going on. We discuss them. We discuss the powers that be, Freemasonic control. We discuss stuff like that. But I kind of like, it's like, the YouTube community, it's not the same as it used to be like back in 2015. There's not much left of it. And like most of the people that are left are just like flat earthers and, QAnon believers, Trump supporters. It's like, it's not the same community it used to be like 5 years ago. So.
Yeah, I wish I was part of it. I did not do online panels or nothing. I had a YouTube channel back then, but I'm a latecomer to all of this stuff. Live streaming, online panels, Discord calls. I'm just not really used to all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's okay.
But yeah.
You say you live. Mm-hmm. You say you're. I'm just curious. What kind of power station? Do you live near Do you live like near a power plant or just like a power station, like a station, like a transformer station?
Yeah, something like that. It's very small. but there's two of them, and they power the entire town. I think my entire little town
Mhm.
of 1,000
Okay,
people.
but it's not like a power plant. It's not like a power plant with like the what do you call those, like what do you call those giants, those steam stacks you call them, like
I
like, you know
don't
what I'm
think
talking
so.
Okay.
Oh, you mean like generators and stuff?
Yeah, like
that-
yeah, with the turbine. Yeah. It sounds like that, right?
No, it's just transformers and transistors to help to
Okay.
spread the power lines out with the electrical flow. Because like
Mhm.
electrons flow in a current. What do you think about these things that are called chronotons, or like Chronos energy or whatever? It's kind of like the graviton. It's hypothetical subatomic particles that haven't been proven necessarily to exist, but supposedly do.
I'm not sure, man. Like, what are they called? Chronotons?
I'll have to look. Oh. Supposedly, it controls the flow of time. It's
Mhm.
very bizarre. Chronotons, that's it, a chronoton. And it's supposed to like have something to do with the flow of time in time and space. You know, Einstein thought that subatomic physics was bogus. Like Einstein, his
Mhm.
theory of relativity completely contradicts subatomic space or particles.
Mhm. I have to look more into it. I mean, you think about Einstein was like, the theory of relativity wasn't even thought of by him. It was actually his wife who came up with it. Like, she was the one. Most of Einstein's research was done by his, I forget his wife's name. She was Serbian. What was her name? What was her name? Her name was Mileva Maric. That was her name. She was Serbian, and she was also she was actually the one who was behind like coming up with his theory of relativity. It wasn't Einstein was mostly he just plagiarized mostly from her. It's like none of his research was his own. So
I
yeah,
believe it.
Mileva.
Wasn't there an Italian
Yes.
who invented the relativity theory like before Einstein did?
I think there was. Yes, there was, and I think Einstein plagiarized from him. I forget his name though. Einstein.
And likewise,
Well,
Isaac Newton was a fraud too. Like Isaac
mhm,
Newton plagiarized his ideas of gravity.
mhm. But did he plagiarize the theory, or do you think the theory is a fraud altogether?
I think that gravity does exist, or the flow of gravity indeed exists. I mean that's obvious. I mean I'm not going to fight that
Mhm,
theory of physics, but obviously if there's no gravity, atoms could not hold together into molecules or matter. Like there would be virtually no matter in the universe. But
mhm,
Rick Perry told me that Elias Ashmole was behind the founding of the Royal Society, and he was a Rosicrucian. So that's basically like a pre-version of Freemasonry. Isaac
mhm.
Newton was really a secluded person. Like he didn't really interact very much with anybody.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So
He was
maybe
into the occult too, wasn't he? He was into the occult too, wasn't he? Like, he was not a Christian. He was more into the occult, I believe,
he
if I'm
practiced
right.
alchemy.
Hmm.
He partook in the practice of alchemy, I believe. So yeah, he was in the occult.
Hmm. I see. Yeah, I have to look. I probably have to look more into that, but like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, the heroes they prop us, like the scientific heroes they push in our face. Either they stole their theories from other people, or they're not, or their theories are bogus. Like what's his name? Charles Darwin's another one. Like,
Charles Darwin's grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, was part of the Royal Society. Like, it was three
hmm,
generations of being in the Royal Society, and the Geltons and the Ashtons and even I think that even the Rhodes family were all related to them. They were basically a middle class English family that they were, basically a product of the mercantile orders that overthrew feudalism. And apparently, the mercantile orders were the ones that pushed the Reformation.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
You know what, dude? This is so dumb. I'm not participating in that call. It's just so dumb and stupid. These people make me mad.
Man. There's no point. Like, I've realized, dude, over the years, I've realized there's no point. All the people that want drama, there's no point. The worst thing we can do is give them more attention. The best thing to do is just deny them. If you can just deny them the attention they need. Because all they want us to do is watch your stream and comment. That's all they want. They just want, because to some people out here, it's the most fun thing in the world getting views. Like, they think that, I guess a lot of people, like, especially younger people these days, they think, like, going on YouTube, they can, like, become super successful. It's like, I think there was a survey of like American like teenagers and like even like elementary school age children. Like they asked them what they wanted to do for a living, and most of them said that their main goal is to be a successful YouTuber. Well, it's like like in China, if you do a survey in China, everyone there wants to be a astronaut or an engineer, but it's like being a YouTuber is like the cool thing. It's like it's shameful, and I think a lot of people, they just have this idea. They see like. They see one person being successful, being a troll or something, and they decide, all right, let's do it ourselves. And but I don't think it's worth giving these people any attention. They're not worth any of our time, or they're not worth anything. They're not worth anything. The worst thing to do is give them attention. Like that's why it's. Essentially, we're surrounded. This is adult daycare. Honestly, I feel like YouTube. It's like a safe space for these. Middle-aged adults who never succeed in life, so this is where they come to find gratification.
Maybe I should get off the internet then and get away from this e-drama.
Yeah, just stay away from it. Just don't give them any attention. Don't comment. Just unsubscribe from their channels. That's what I. Pretty much all the drama channels I unsubscribe. If I feel like someone's only interested in drama, I immediately unsubscribe. It's not worth it.
Yeah, that's a good idea to do. My little shimmy.
Don't give them
my little shimmy freestyles. Dude, I love that. But this kind of stuff, I don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not worth it, man, dude. It's better. If you just want to stream, if you personally just want to stream your video games, go for it, dude. That's much better than watching just some middle-aged adult cry that no one's listening to, or no one's giving him money, no one's supporting his ministry, whatever. Just that sums up so many people. So,
would you ever want to do a documentary? Well, not a documentary, but a stream about debunking the flat Earth?
Dude, let's go for it. You want to do it, dude? Let's go for it. Let's just debunk. Let's go for it. Do you want to do it? I'm totally down for it.
Yeah, sure, dude. But the thing is that I was dumb enough to fall for that when I was in Southern Israelites server.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
For how long did you fall? For how long, did you?
2.5 years, perhaps, at tops.
Well, I mean, dude, some of us, we do fall for, it happens sometimes, but, at least you were smart enough to come out of it, so, for me, for me personally, I've been a space buff for a long time. I followed space news, so it's I knew Flat Earth was nonsense when I heard about it, but, it's whatever, everything, the stuff people say about Flat Earth, there's absolutely no evidence for Flat. There's none. I don't see, if you take some time and study astronomy, or actually study it, actually study the stars and the other planets, you'd realize Flat Earth is totally nonsensical. I mean, I think one easy way to debunk is the International Space Station. That I've seen the ISS fly over my home so many times. It's almost like you might mistake it for an airplane, but when you see it, it's a space station, and it's pretty bright too when you see it. So. It's also, why are all the other planets we see, like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Mars, they're all around. I mean, Jupiter itself has 4 moons, and like everything. It's like we live in a it is the heliocentric model is perfectly valid. That's why we see that's why you see different constellations throughout the years because the Earth is rotating around the sun, and so it's like I could go on about it, but if you want to do it, let's do it. If you want to just do a show debunking flat Earth, we can just gather some links and videos just showing
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense scientifically, but I don't know, man. I don't want to fall for something that these elites, for the lack of a better term, want to push around. These Jesuit people, wasn't the man that invented this the heliocentric theory an Augustinian monk or a Franciscan monk? I mean, I'm pretty sure he was.
Mm-hmm. Well, think about the Jesuit orders. Like a lot of them do like to claim credit for a lot of stuff which has already been discovered. I think I'll have to see who came up. I have to see who came up with it. But as far as I know, I'm 100% sure we're in a heliocentric model. Like it's just based on it's like we see like Mercury and Venus they transit in front of the sun, like Mars doesn't. So that itself is proof to me. So
yeah. I think the greatest mistake that I have ever done in the last year or so was to go on that Dead Man show. That guy.
Who is that?
Oh, Mr. Deadman is an Ethan Rolfe A-log. Like Ethan Rolfe is basically a he's like a try-hard, and he's like he's this kind of who is that? He's basically almost comical. Like he is an unintentional, unironic idiot. Basically, that trances around and gets into fights and gets drunk and gets knocked out or knocks people out. And then this Mr. Deadman guy, he makes a bunch of A-logs and stuff about him, and he's all playing 1776 music and oh, Warhammer, don't you not think don't you not want to love your country and be a patriot and have a gun and you do all this stuff, man? That is what a real American is.
Dude, it's people like that. Those people are not worth it. They're not worth any bit of our time. That's what I would say. It's just it's like they never grew out of their homes. Like they still are in this suspended teenager adolescent state, and they'll never go out of it. They'll never fully grow up. So
they are, dude. I guess that really I'm the opposite in that I do want to make a difference. It just there's something about me, a willpower. I always felt since I was a child, I always felt different. I was made to feel different. Like I was bullied. I was bullied by my peers, and I was socially repressed. And later, when I was a teenager, I was also sexually repressed. And you know how it is with men that don't get laid ever. It really does affect your mindset and your outlook. It completely it really dries you up on the inside and just turns you into a fossilized dried up empty shell of a person. It's really a wonder that I actually came to God in the Bible, but it was kind of it was pushed on me.
Were you raised in a Christian household, or?
Yeah, I was. Yes. I was raised a Baptist.
Baptist, okay.
Yeah, and
I came to God maybe in 2000. I don't even remember. It was I was maybe 16. I would say maybe around then.
Oh, that was good. You came to God at a young age.
Yeah.
You know what I see in this? I see sinners. I see worldly people, and I just don't want to be around that worldliness. I don't care if I have no subs or no viewers. I don't want to be associated with this kind of worldliness anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude, it's not worth it, dude. It's not worth any of your time. It's toxic too. It's just, I mean, that's what a lot of people are. Like, someone like Drake who's just in Las Vegas, just gambling, and that is worldliness what he's doing.
Yeah. It says that those that are alive in Christ are dead to this world. Like those that are
Pretty much,
alive
dude.
in God are dead to this world. Now, that doesn't mean that
Mm-hmm.
you shouldn't engage in, in the wider society or participate in society. Drake Shelton was right about retreating to a monastery. This is the mistake that Rick Perry and Reformed Stoic or Jake Shields have made. They have decided to
Mm-hmm.
seclude themselves from the ways of the world, because they feel like that they're saved Christians in God or whatever, in the Holy Spirit. They've been redeemed or reborn. So they need to close themselves up. They can't really resist or fight back against the evils of this world, the dark principalities that rule it under the devil. So, like Jake Shields, what he will do is he'll have a part-time job and he'll live in like a small apartment in Kodiak and yell and
Mm-hmm.
to seclude himself. But then he'll call his mother. This is what I don't get. Like Reformed Stoic will yell at his mother and call her the B word and the W word and just call her all sorts of nasty, horrendous names and stuff. And that's not. I don't understand that to me, dude. That's just why would you upload a video and clip something like that? That's personal family matters, dude. You don't show that on the internet.
Yeah, dude, some people are just insane, dude. That's YouTube, dude. It's like there are people on here that are insane, dude. They're just, I don't even know how to describe. And dude, like I think a lot of some of these people who like just troll. I think they're paid like COINTEL agents just here to like just create disruption in the we're trying to talk about truth, right? But then there's some people out there they just want to go around and just like just steer just disrupt. That's all they like to do. Disrupt. That's it.
Basically, so, dude, I have to be careful about
Yeah.
blowing up about this stuff. Sometimes it gets the better of me, and I understand that. I understand that I've been suckered into a lot of stuff, and I accept that it was my fault. It's not Beans or Greek or Jay Danks' fault. It's my fault. It is my fault
Mhm.
for making that mistake to ever associate with any of these people, and I realize that it is my fault.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude. I mean, we're human beings, dude. We can only do so much right. Like we are gonna make mistakes, and it's just part of life, dude. We gotta learn. Sometimes they say life. It's not just about making a mistake is one thing, but it's about learning from them is what's most important. Just making sure you don't do the same thing again. So, um,
Yeah, yeah, thanks you. I shouldn't put
mhm.
my I should not put myself down so much. I
Yeah,
try to
dude. Just
laugh at.
dude. Go on.
I try to have a high sense of humor and I try to think highly of myself, but sometimes I have issues about self-esteem because of
Mm-hmm.
my long time of sexual seclusion. But I'm not an incel. An incel is someone that literally cannot get a woman to like them. I have had women come on to me, but
Mm-hmm.
my mindset is just a real turn off.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm a
I
very
see. Good.
unusual person. I
Mm-hmm.
actually have an attractive and charismatic personality, but like my attitude and my outlook is the very polar opposite of my personality. and it seems real convoluted, but a lot of people are like that. There's a lot of young adult men or middle-aged men that have the same problems.
Well, I think like when finding a this is my opinion. When finding a relationship, I think what a lot of people miss is like when you're trying to find, you need to find someone who has like a similar thought process as you. Is like, that whole saying like opposites attract. That's completely like, it's completely untrue, because you do need to find someone like who has like a similar personality, maybe similar interests, similar beliefs. Like, and when you find someone like that, then love does last after that. So, but sometimes it is like just trying to find like for me, like even if you can I have a few female friends, and I just even if I'm not dating, if I can help them out in any way, that's, to me, that gives me enough satisfaction, just saying I've helped out someone. So I do have a few female friends, and I do help them out with liking sometimes. So if they need help with something, I just I go out of my way to help people out, because I think that's important. So
well, that's good, man.
Yeah, but mm-hmm.
I gave up on my fellow man. I gave up on trying to make friends. I guess I have an asocial personality. I don't know if you know what that means, but it's an asocial personality. It just means that you cannot have friendships in the long term.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of women that are like that too. It's not just a man trait. There's women that have problems forming relationships too.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's like there's something, and I told someone else recently, if you feel like you need to be I actually told someone I know, I told them, if you need to be alone, just be alone. Just don't give a damn about anything in the world. Just focus on. If you need to focus on yourself, building your career. Just do that. Don't focus on anything else. And it's like, and do what makes you happy, dude. It's like if you have something, if you have a hobby you enjoy, whatever it is, you like to play guitar, you like to play video games, you like to. You like to work on cars or something, or like to do house projects. Go for that. Just do that. Just as long as you have a stable job and just you got money coming in, that's what matters. It's better than someone who's going to Vegas and just living in someone else's apartment, just trying to find I don't even know if he has a job or not, but
I think personally, this is my personal thought, but I think he's involved in human trafficking. I think that Southern Israel...
I remember...
Oh, sorry.
Go on. Yeah, I remember he was defending that. You know who Ravi Zacharias was, right? Do you know him?
Yeah, that was his Jew friend. His, well, I shouldn't say Jew friend, but his, friend who was maybe formerly Jewish that converted over to his cult, because it is a cult.
That's Ravi Zacharias. No, Ravi Zacharias is famous. He's dead now, but he was from India. He was a Christian preacher, and apparently there was a huge scandal. Apparently he was calling prostitutes to his home. He was asking massage therapists to do weird things with him. I'm not going to say the word, but apparently that was Drake Sheldon was defending after there was a look up the Ravi Zacharias scandal, you will see, and this is Drake was defending this one guy, so
that's really interesting.
Look him up, Ravi Zacharias. That was one guy Drake was defending.
Was he Hindu? Was he a Hindu or a white person?
No. He was Indian. He was an Indian, but he was a Christian. He was an Indian Christian. He came from I think he was when the British colonized India, they established they converted some of the locals to the Anglican Church. So I think that's where he comes from. So, but no, this guy was a total scam. This guy was a super famous version of Jay Dyer, let's say.
Oh, I see. I always wondered, I always thought that it was so cringe that he so overvalued English civilization or Anglo culture, because in America it was the Scots it was like the freedom-loving Scots that came over here that drove that anti-English kind of pro-freedom libertarian and anti-English or anti-Anglo-centric drive that led to the American Revolution and the colonies breaking off. That was just a lot of Freemasonic and Scottish influence. After all, that's why there's Scottish Rite Freemasonry.
Oh, I see. I feel like the country, like, out of all the European countries, I feel like Germany is the one that probably contributed most to Western society in terms of, like, inventions and all that. I mean, without Germany, we wouldn't have the automobile. Let's face that. I mean, combustion engines. Like, I feel like Germany's like one of the most like countries that contributed the most to Western civilization, and that's just my opinion. But
the thing about Germany, there's a book that's called what was it called again? I can't remember the title. I do apologize, but Germans are very heavily indoctrinated to hate anything to do with patriotism. You know, the only time they ever show their flag is at a civic event or a public holiday special or a football game, but you will never see a German say that they are proud to be German for the sake of what it means to be a German. It is.
Yeah, and it's mostly like, you know, prior to the, like, let's say, like prior to, like, 1945, like, Germans were pretty patriotic. They used to love their country, be proud of it. It's just after World War II, like, they were after this, like, they called it denazification. Like, it was much more than that. It was really just a way to, like, convince Germans, don't be proud of your heritage. Just like be ashamed of what you've done over the years, and, like, just never acknowledge everything that Germany contributed. It's like it mostly came after 1945, and it was after the Second World War. Like, this attitude among Germany came.
Yeah. Germany is a lot like China. There is a lot of philanthropists and inventors and chemists and doctors from both countries. And then both countries have the exact same kind of censorship. Like, if you say or do certain things, like in a movie or whatever, it is completely censored in Germany and in mainland China. I always found that comparison so bizarre.
Well, it's probably true, dude. In the European Union, they don't have the same freedom of speech as, like, what we have. Like, here we can say whatever we want pretty much and, like, not go to jail for it. But, like, in Europe, if you, like, deny certain things or, you talk against a certain group, anything really, they put you in jail for that. So it's just Europe just doesn't have the same freedom that they used to really have. So
yeah,
compared to the freedom
it's bureaucracy, bureaucratization, I believe. I don't even know if there's.
I guess that's a good.
Sorry, man.
Go on. You can talk. Sorry.
I think that in Brussels they don't even have political parties. It's just flat out bureaucrats, and it's a very small elite. It's a very small managerial class, and they're unelected. They're completely unelected but appointed public officials, and they make a lot of money on their jobs. What they do in that Brussels bureaucracy, they make a lot of money. It's no wonder why the British opted to leave.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that wanted the British to leave was, like, because with the European Union you have, like, you can travel, like, once you're in the European Union you can travel from, like, Germany to Poland without, like you want to cross the United States to Canada, you have to show your passport and go through customs. But the European Union is like free travel. You can travel from Germany to Poland or Germany to Denmark to Sweden without any restrictions. So I think one thing is the British, because, after the whole refugee crisis from, like, 2015, 2016, like, I think British decided that, we don't want open borders anymore. We want to get away from this. That's why they opted to leave. And Britain never really was part of the EU. They never really, the EU also has like a centralized currency, the euro, but Britain was still using the pound even after joining the EU. So it's like, and they say there are other factors too. Like the European Union has some like regulations for like shipping and other things and for transportation. So I think the British want to get rid of those too. So it's like, yeah, there was a lot of factors involved for them leaving, but I mean, Britain is still part of they're still a pretty big part of Europe, and they're still part of NATO. They're still part of the European Space Agency, which is like their version of NASA. So it's just, yeah, they just didn't want the visa-free travel. That's it.
Yeah, that makes sense. You mean the Schengen, the Schengen Economic Zone? I can't pronounce it, but I know.
Shenanigans or
what is it? The Schengen Economic Core, and like you already said, Switzerland and Liechtenstein and Norway are a part of it too. Norway's
NATO?
not in
Are you talking about NATO or
what is the
the European Union?
Yeah, well,
You're talking the European Union.
yes, yeah. They have a free.
Yeah,
they have a free passport system, right? Yeah.
they do. It's like once you're in the European Union, like say you land in let's say you get on a flight to let's say Paris, right? Once you're in Paris, you can travel anywhere in Europe. Like you can travel Germany, Denmark, Poland, Italy, Spain without worry of it's open borders essentially. So it's like kind of once you're in the United States, you can go in any part of the states you want, but it's like you can't go to Canada because that's part of it. It's like once you're in the European Union, you can go pretty much to any EU country you want. But I think Switzerland, Norway, and the United Kingdom, and I think parts of the former Yugoslavia, I think you can't go to, but it's like, I think Britain just didn't want part of that, and some say it may not be the end. I think Greek also wanted to leave the European Union at one time. I think their reason was more economic because they were not able to I think their GDP was so small and so small compared to the rest of the EU, so they wanted to get out, but I think they never did because I think it was in 2015. It was a while ago, but.
2015. Yeah, 2015 was a weird year. We had Operation. This is interesting, but President Obama had this military operation called Jade Helm, and they were sending military vehicles and weapons and stuff all up and down the country. Trying to set up to where if America could prepare for war or whatever. And it reminds me a lot of what's happening right now when Russia invaded Ukraine. It's like a repetition of Jade Helm.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think when it comes to I felt when would you say in your opinion, when would you say society really started to fall apart? Would you say after 9/11, or would you say maybe late? What would you say society changed in your opinion? What would you say?
About 2005, 2008.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say really when I saw things really politically start to fall apart was I would say I know it's most people won't agree, but I'd say it was 2014. I would say because see in 2014 that's when Russia invaded Ukraine. That's when the ISIS fear mongering was going on from the Middle East, and there was the refugee crisis started from Syria. Then there was also the Black Lives Matter started in America. 2014 was the first, and then all the gun control pushes that started. I thought 2014 is when we went to things really started to change in the United States and the rest of the world. So,
Yeah, I noticed that too. 2013 was a peaceful year, and then right in January of 2014, everything really changed.
It really did. It did. And I'll be honest, I was a high school student at that time, but it really did. It really 2013. I mean, there was no major unrest or violence in the United States. Even politically, it was it wasn't as partisan back then. But it was once 2014 came, I felt it's first thing, a major thing that happened was the Ukraine riots that happened, and yeah, it was in when Ukraine, when Ukraine refused to join the European Union, decided to join the Russian Economic Union. There was like riots in there, so that was like the first thing that I think that was like the first sign to me that the world is going to fall apart soon, and that was like the first sign. That's what really hit me. It's like, yeah, we're in a bad direction, and then so first Ukraine, then I think of course other major thing was a lot of shootings that were happening in America, which I think are I won't talk about it, but I think they were questionable. And those events, like the gun control push was coming out, and then I think it was like in when was it? It was in Ferguson, Missouri, right? It was like in June, I think it was in June or July of 2014 when all this race riots started to happen, and then like in midsummer, like the ISIS fear mongering happened. People were scared of the Islamic State, thinking they're going to get us. Then Ebola also happened in like August of 2014. It was a crazy year. 2014 was a crazy year, and I feel like ever since then, it just hasn't really been the same ever since then.
That is actually a very interesting take. It seemed like in 2020, that's when it really got out of hand.
Then it went to the more full thing. I think 2014 was like the start of it, and then over time, and then by 2020, it was just like they put it in full swing. Like I would say maybe it did calm down a little bit during the Trump era, even though I disagree with that. During the Trump era was also pretty crazy.
Yeah, especially in 2016, when all of that anti-Trump and woke people started rebelling. Did you know that people are now getting banned for being too woke? Like there's a backlash against Obama era nigh-liberalism, or the nigh-Obama liberalism, or whatever you call it.
Yeah, I think it is like. As far as there has been I guess somewhat of a backlash ever since the way I see it, in the 2000s, in the 2000s during the Bush era, yes, we had the Iraq War and we had we had Afghanistan, but things are not as crazy back then, is because we didn't have any of this we didn't have this sexualization of society and this push for same-sex marriage and all this transgenderism or this push for illegal immigration. It wasn't that much in the 2000s. I would say it was more I would say it was around 2014 when all this stuff really started becoming political, because take for example, if you talk about illegal immigration in the 2000s, people say, yeah, we agree, we got to secure the border. Now it's if you say it immediately, someone's going to say, oh, you're racist, if you're speaking against Mexicans or whatever. And this is the other thing, this is my opinion. I think Donald Trump is completely compromised. He's total controlled opposition. That's just my opinion. I think he always has been. And the reason I think that is because
he was friends with
Trump
Epstein.
started running for president,
He was
gone.
He was best friends with Epstein. He probably went to that
island.
He
was. He did. He was he even said that Epstein is he's a great friend of mine and he loves beautiful women. Trump said that on tape. In my opinion, I think Trump was they knew he was going to be president. They planned for a new president for a long time. It was just, and I think what they wanted Donald Trump to do is his Jesuit and Freemason controllers. They wanted him to play the role as they wanted him to be outrageous. They wanted him to play the role as this this conservative, far right, idiot. Essentially, that was his character. Just to make, and I think it was a way to make the conservative opinion look bad. He said, when he started his campaign, he said, "Oh, Mexicans are bringing their rapists or whatever," and it's then the liberal media just got all outraged over that. It's, oh, look, Donald Trump said this, Donald Trump said that, and I think in the end that kind of put more fuel on the far left. Everything Trump was saying, all the whatever he was saying, they were saying he's racist, misogynist. It was kind of making the far left vote even more to the left than they already were. So and I think it was all part of the plan. I think it was all a big show. The whole election, 2016 election was a big show, and I think Trump's presidency, look what he did. it's because of him, like, all this, like, Me Too movement started, and it's because of him, like, BLM, like, really went into action because of him. So it's like, it's because, like, that was his character. Like, you can be conservative and be rational about it, but I think Trump was just there to be a buffoon about it, just to make it look bad. And, I don't know how, it's kind of difficult to explain to people, but that's my opinion.
So basically, a political tier Ethan Rolfe character.
Yeah, I guess that's the way to put it.
Just basically.
Try to find a way to, like, who's a good.
I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know who to compare him to, but he was a plant just to make the conservative. He was trying to sabotage conservatism in America. That's what I think his goal was, with at least the people who control him.
Probably, yeah, definitely. So, he was controlled opposition. Like I already said, he went to Epstein's Island. He's engaged in the elites. He is a member of Skull and Bones. He did go to Fordham University, right? And he is a member of Skull and Bones.
I'm not sure about Skull and Bones. He probably is. But Fordham University, that's a Jesuit school, so.
Yeah, it definitely.
So he. Yeah, so it's like and it's like most of these people do, like, they do go to Jesuit, or like they either go to Jesuit schools or they go to, like, Yale or something. Like, I think, like, was George W. Bush, I think he went to Yale University. I think Obama, did Obama go to Georgetown, I think, or
Obama, I think he did. He's from Illinois.
yeah, so
Well, he was born in Hawaii.
Like, he grew up in Illinois, but I think like, I know they went to both the Clintons went to Georgetown, and Georgetown is like that's a completely Jesuit school. So even Joe Biden too, like Joe Biden, like he actually attends I think he attends a church somewhere in Washington D.C. He's under a Jesuit. It's actually in Georgetown, and it's run by Jesuit priests. So, like, we know who Joe Biden's taking his orders from. So. It's always the case. It's either they're Jesuit or they're Freemason. And, I'll admit, like, even I don't want to get you a strike, even the Israelis, per se, they also have a big influence. Not as much as the Jesuits, but they also have influence, too, so.
Yeah, be careful with the gamer words, They will try to shut us down. I already had...
Yeah, I won't say...
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Jesuits aren't, I can probably say Jesuit and not get a strike, but you say the other word, like, that can probably bring you down, so.
Potentially, yeah, potentially. What do you think about David Icke and the reptilian thing? I think that's just a, what is the terminology? I think that's just
another flat Earth theory. It's just like flat Earth, I think.
It's disinfo, yeah, it's disinfo.
Yeah, dude, just to make it look bad, just to make people, like, like David Icke talks about the New World Order, right? But then he says they're run by shape-shifting reptiles. I think it's just to make it look bad. That's the whole point. Like, I mean, David Icke is he's a New Ager. He claimed to be Jesus at one time. He's a scam artist. Like, he's just trying to sell his books. That's it.
Yeah, he's just like on the BBC doing that.
Yeah, like he's total controlled opposition. Like, he says we live in a matrix, per se, like in the movie, like, so yeah, dude, he's a total scam. So is Alex Jones. Alex Jones is another huge scam. Like, Alex Jones, right?
Yes, I've known him for years. I never liked him.
He's a Alex Jones is a disinformation agent. Look, he won't dare mention, like, the Jesuits, or he won't dare mention that. He will never talk about it. He'll just go around like the globalists. Like, but he won't ever say that. He won't mention Jesuit ever. Like, he never talks about them.
Yeah, basically so. Dude, is there any way to convince Burger Boy that this stuff is real? I'm sure there is a way.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure, man. I mean, really, like, for people waking up, it's really up to them. Like, they're the ones who have to be willing to realize that, the world is not what it is, so.
It comes to different people. Dude, Southern Israelite, the way that he woke up to all of this, he said that he literally bent over backwards or whatever, and he had like a complete psychological breakdown.
Well, I know he was a Presbyterian initially, wasn't he? Like, as far as what I found out, if that's true or.
Yes. But, dude, all of these different Christian sects, they're all bogus. It's all bogus. It's
Yeah, all the church. I think church is a total scam. Like, I don't think you need to attend like a church just to have a relationship with God. Like, I think that's the biggest flaw with American Christianity is people feel like they have to be part of a church or like a social church is just really just a social group for people. It has nothing like most churches are just a business. They have nothing to do with actually like following anything really. So like I refuse to be a member of any church. I never will attend a church. Never, like, of course I haven't in the past. Well, I never will attend a church again. I don't believe I need to be part of any group or like, I don't need to go somewhere on Sunday to like.
Well,
I think that's total. That's.
Have you ever felt like me? Have you ever felt like I did? Like you were going to a bunch of people that were hypnotized, you could say, just like they were under some kind of mind control or just hypnotized, and like you worship the same God supposedly, but they're just so boomer minded, like so stuck in a boomer mindset or whatever, or a mercantile mindset, and just seemingly hypnotized and so into their ways. Maybe not hypnotized on a subconscious level, but it's like just controlled, sheeple. Like, it's like you're in the presence of sheep. You feel like a wolf in the presence of sheep.
Yeah. Well, do you know what neurolinguistic programming is? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I learned about it from Burger Boy and from other people on Bitwave.
Yeah, like that's what a lot of these church pastors like they actually like go to courses where they learn how to like use neurolinguistic programming against people, just like make certain body movements and like talk loud, and it's just a way to like kind of like make everyone like become zombies and make them like just follow them blindly, and that's why I think the problem with churches. That's why I think the problem with churches, like it's really just a way for like a single person to like just get people to convince them into thinking that give me more money, and that's it. Like, because I think most Christian pastors in America, they don't really care about God. They just care about getting money from their followers. That's it. Like because why do you have to be attending a church to have a relationship with God? That's the biggest problem. Why do you have to be a part of like any church? Like obviously, I'm pretty sure every church out there is. I think you mentioned this earlier. Like this like hierarchy of the early church, like the first like
apostolic.
In the Roman Catholic, the apostolic church, whatever we call it. Like when the Catholic and the Orthodox Church were one, it's like, because they had this like hierarchy that was just wanted to like enrich itself. That's why essentially like fell away from what the early church teachings were, like from like the first century. Like it's like I mean, there's like the early church never used like statues or icons in worship, but Catholics and the Roman Catholic and Orthodox Church say that these are essential for worship, but it's they're going totally against the Bible, like using those. So,
well, you do know that Catholic just means universal. Like Catholic is a Greek word for universal. That's really it.
Yeah,
it's all fake.
That's what it means.
It's phony.
Mm-hmm.
Did you grow up in a Protestant or a Catholic like environment? You don't have to tell me if you find it personal.
I'd say more Protestant per se. I would say like I would say more secular. I would say I grew up in like that's what.
That's exactly where that's my background too, bro. Like, I grew
You know,
up,
like I mean, I went
I
to
grew
like
up
the only
Protestant.
church I think I went like the only church I think I actually went to like briefly was when I was like 4 years. It was a Lutheran church I think, and it was mostly that was because like it was actually for preschool. Actually, it was like that time the only preschool was a Lutheran church, so that's the only thing I went to, and like I went to their chapel a couple times. They took us to their chapel a couple times, and yeah, that's it. That was like my only exposure to Christianity. So
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really get too much of a religious upbringing, but I did get enough.
hmm I see. Yeah, so like what I say is this, like don't ever feel like you have to be part of a church, like because I think church is a scam. Like I really think, especially in America, I think pretty much every church out there, Roman Catholic, Eastern Orthodox, Lutheran, Baptist, Methodist, they all are scams. Honestly, they all are, every single one of them. So like just you have your whatever translation you use, and I don't really believe in the whole King James only either. I think that's another deception, but. Um, if you like the King James, it's fine. Like, it's fine. Like, it's not a bad translation, but there are some errors in it, and then, but just that's all you need, really. Just you have a Bible, right, and that's it. That's all you need. That's it. Don't ever feel like you need any. No one. I would tell you, don't ever feel like you need a church pastor to tell you like what you need to do. You have the book, and that's all you need.
Yeah. What do you think about this sovereign citizen crap? Um, I was thinking about getting his book on that at least, but I kind of fear doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if you were to
Mm-hmm.
seriously press your rights, the state would just clamp down on you and just treat you like an insane lunatic person and just put you in an institution or whatever. That's probably what end up happening to
Mm-hmm.
me.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I just say just be just be yourself, dude. Just like I would say like in America, I'd say the most important thing is just make sure you have a good job. Just make sure you got a good income coming. Make sure you have a good home. Make sure you have a car. You have a decent car that's working, and that's all you really need. Like you really don't and just make sure. I would say having an income is probably the most important thing in America. Like it's like just have a stable income, and that's it's like and if, they are and like there are plenty of jobs that you can do like so that's what I think is important. So
Yeah, that's the only good thing about the United States is that you can get wealthy, at least
yeah,
relatively
that's
get
true.
well off,
Yeah, you can, and whatever path you take.
which is what I
Say
think
again.
is flawed about America is that ideology. This ideology of capitalism, and I don't mean to sound like a Marxist, but this capitalist
Mm-hmm.
this capitalist mindset of just getting wealth, I think that eats away at your soul and it corrupts you. And
Mm-hmm.
I do not believe, and I never will believe that people that want to be wealthy or to have assets are saved, are going to ever be able to be saved. You
Yeah,
have to be
like
poor.
what I say is what I say is like and the kind of capitalism I believe in is just like trying to make something which is beneficial for the people. That's what like if I was starting a business, I would want to do something which, yeah, of course to help myself out, make a living, but also to make sure like my product or something I'm making, I'm doing something useful. It could be a service too, just like doing something useful for the community. I mean that's what I think. Like I think like what the problem with like capitalism today is it's like you have this mixing of like let's say like it's like this mixing of government and private sector just coming together and just like becoming corrupt. That's the biggest problem because like once the government gets involved, like once a lot of these like a lot of these corporations they don't really care. They just want to live off like the government or something and just have the government like help them out or that's what I think the problem is. Like you got to keep it separate and but like when you also got to make sure like private companies they can't like exploit people. So, sometimes you need the government to intervene, but it's like that's my problem with the whole like fully libertarian view, like where like no regulations, no nothing, like that's a problem. But I think like yes. Go on.
Go ahead and finish, sir. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, go on. I mean, I'm just ranting at this point, so like, if you need to say something, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I'm not an expert of economics. I know a lot about different political systems around the world, but I'm not so much knowledgeable about micro or macro. What is it? Macroeconomics, I think is what it's called. But I guess it connects down to price control and to supply and demand, and how the market functions is that it will apply the price range, or like the control of price range down to of demand and supply of said resource, whether it's of natural derivation or has been processed or manufactured or whatever. But grain is going to be treated completely differently from like gas or from like steel and iron and stuff. But basically, I think the biggest assets is in land, or like in the value
that's true.
of land and resources and stuff. And that's how these corporations won.
I think private property is one of the most, just having your own private property, like that's the most important things. I think just having private property that is super important. Just just owning. If you can like, do you live? I'm not asking. Like, do you live in the city, or do you live like in the suburbs, or do you live like in the countryside? Like,
I live in a town of 1,000 people, so I'm going to say I live in in the countryside for sure.
Well, that's good. Okay. Well, that's good. That's good, actually. That's actually, like, because in my opinion, I think country living is better than city living because, you don't have to deal with, like, a lot of distractions and, you can also do your own thing, too, so.
Another thing, too, people mind their own business in the country, but there's not very many educated people. Like I feel like how should I say this? But I feel almost dumbed down by the presence of country bumpkins. We'll just call them country bumpkins. But they don't really know anything. They're pleasant. They're basically pleasant people, but they know nothing.
I see, Dirk. Did you go to? I'm just curious. Are you college educated or?
I could be. Like I have the knowledge of being like a college. What do you call those people that don't complete college?
Dropouts.
Yeah, I would. My knowledge would kind of be in that range.
Okay. Did you ever go to like a school? Like, I'm just curious. Like.
No, but I've read a lot. I know a lot,
okay,
and
well,
I'm very well studied.
Yeah, I think you're in a pretty good position. So like just like I said, the key to being free is just make sure your property's safe. Like wherever you live, just make sure your home is safe and just being self-sustaining is also important. Like just making sure if things do fall apart, just that you can sustain yourself. Like that's also like and that goes like growing your own food or that's along those lines. So
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, you need to have. Yeah, I have some property and some land where I could like grow rice or tomatoes or something, but I don't think that I could grow like real tropical climate stuff, but I could probably grow subtropic stuff. It snows here. This is a part of Texas that's close to Oklahoma, relatively, or close to the Dallas area, and it snows here. I love it too. It's so much fun to see a lot of snow. But
I'm from the Northeast, so we got this year we got quite a bit of snow actually. So So like yeah, do you yeah, you don't have to tell. I guess. Do you want to say like I'm just? You don't have to say like. You don't have to say like. I'm just curious. What do you do for like? Do you, would you mind telling me what you do for a living, or it's okay. You don't have to if you don't want to do it live. Like.
I'm basically a neat. I am like what Southern Israelite would say, a neat.
In a neat. Like, what do you mean? Like.
I don't work and I don't do anything. My feelings were hurt over a lot of stuff over the years. I was talked down, and it kind of just it got into my head, bro. And I've been fighting it ever since in my head. You know.
Oh, I'm really sorry about that, but like, it's never too late to start like. Because I just think being self-sustaining is important. So like, if you need to like. Yeah, sometimes even just doing a basic job is like good enough. So like just having something, just start out slow. I guess there's no rush, and then maybe over time. But
You mean like be partly employed?
Yeah, and they're like if we want to talk about it more in private, we can. Like if you need help, like.
I need to stop being dependent on my mother. I do know that. I think. I definitely need to stop being dependent on my mom.
Which were you dependent on?
Oh, my mother. I mean, I have my own income, but I gotta get away from her, and I've kind of just got to get on my own.
Yeah, like if you need like there are some careers which you can do like if you can like I'm guessing like I don't know there's like like I'm guessing you live in a rural area, so I mean if you get a job like driving a tractor that can that can give you enough money and just give you some like peace of mind, like because like I know it's hard like if you haven't worked for a while, but once you get back in the groove, like it goes away pretty quickly, and you can just so I mean you have a car, right? So.
Oh yeah, I have a truck. Yeah, and I have a driver's license too. And yes, I have insurance.
Okay, that's good. So like, say again.
I have car insurance too, so, but it's in my mother's name.
So like, okay, but I mean that's good. If you can, like, I think maybe just just maybe try to find something. It's like like there's a verse in the Bible like yeah, it's like Thessalonians. I think it's Thessalonians. It's okay. It's like 2 Thessalonians chapter 3 verse 10. It says it's like for even when we were with you, this we commanded that if you would not work, neither should you eat. So it's like I think the verse is just being encouraging. Just try to just always sustain yourself and just like So like, I mean. If you need help with that, like I'm willing to like if you need to talk more about that, like if you need help finding work, like I mean, do you feel like you need some help or?
You mean financially or like with knowledge or what?
Or like finding work. If you need help finding work, like.
Yeah, I guess so. I would need help finding work. Yes. I'm kind of incompetent with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but like, is there anything you like? Like, is there anything you like? Because like there are a lot of jobs like they don't really require. They just you just need maybe some like formal like just some simple training or something like I think
I'm good with computers. I'm very good with electrical hardware and computers and stuff. I was even able to set up a Windows system in a laptop that crashed, but I didn't have something happened. There wasn't enough gigaspace or what is it, gigabyte space or something, and it crashed. But for a while, I got a Windows 10 up on this Lenovo laptop of mine. It took me a while to get it up, but it's still a project.
Yeah. Like, are they computer like? I know some people they do like they make quite a bit of money doing like computer repair, where they like repair people's computers. Like, is it maybe that could is it would that interest you maybe?
I was thinking about getting into coding, but I don't think I'll be able to because I have a gun charge, and I might not be able to like get into jobs that I want.
Mm-hmm. You have a gun charge or?
It was deferred, but unfortunately, it's still it still will come up as a felony. And the dark side about that is that I might not be able to get into coding because of that charge.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, I need to let. Oh, hold on a second. Let me add him in here. There.
Hey, buddy, how you going? I just finished
Hey, what's up, buddy?
the celebration stream, so I thought I'd come back.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Forge Gang Vanguard? Who are you? I'll give you 50 seconds. Forge Gang!
Forge Gang!
Oh, it's Drunken Surfer.
Forge Gang Vanguard.
Oh, it's Euros! Hey, what's up, Euros, homie?
Forge Gang Vanguard, reporting for duty, sir. What's going on, bro? Sorry I couldn't be here for your new show.
Dude, I am the CEO of the Forge Gang, dude. Little Shimmy, the CEO of the Forge!
Let's go.
Yes!
Exactly. Shaggy mentioned to me, he said, Lady of Forge. I'll remind him straight away. I'm like, hello, no. Hello. Warhammer's the CEO. I'm part of the Vanguard. I go out there and I smell people who foul mouth and act against the Forge. I go and bring the heat to them and melt them. You snuff them. Honor. Exactly.
Yeah, snuff them out of existence. Dude, I need to do a Bible stream, dude. I've gotten way too far away from the Word of God.
Yo. It's a good idea, buddy. Mate, you should call into Surface Bible streams.
What does he do? Like, what exactly does he do?
Well, the Bible study streams. He's doing them for like nearly a year now, or like half a year. He goes over a chapter in the Bible, and then he does like a sort of like a discussive review, and then people can call in. Like, it's a pretty good format, really.
Yeah. Well, I do that with I sometimes do studies with a friend of mine. Like we just may pick like a certain book or chapter to read, and then it could just be 3 pages. We just read it, and then we just do a discussion on it. That's
basically Surface Bible study streams, and I'm sort of the new co-host, so that's a little why I'm killing it. I actually sung a hymn on it last week. Mate, it was beautiful. Brought a tear to my eye. Thank you for that, 3-4. Thank you. Oh, it's a song. I love that song. It's one that's always and all my friends like it as well. Actually, we look back on it fondly.
Mm-hmm. What song?
We actually Warhammer.
Yeah.
Oh, Sandyland. Don't build your house on a sandy land. Fucking love that song. Oh, so good. Natural talent, buddy. It's just good, like, philosophy to carry through in life. Don't build it too near shore. It might be kind of nice, but you have to be it twice. You have to build your house once more. Yo, should we bring it up? Mac was talking to me about. What instead I wanted to say Warhammer though. I actually had a good chat with Shaggy Warhammer. We had a good religious talk. It wasn't a debate. It was a nice conversation between myself, Surfer, and Shaggy. So you should go and listen to it when you have a chance.
What was the topic about?
And I reckon it would be good to have you. We wanted to get you in there, but the time slot unfortunately crossed over because it was Surface. I don't know if you know this, but breaking news on the Forger. Surfer is now officially a Z-Celeb, having reached 1,000 subscribers. So give it up.
Yo.
Congrats, Drunken Surfer, bro. Congrats, man.
Congrats,
I'll
Surfer, you
eventually
deserve
get
it.
there. It'll
You
take
have
a
to clean
while.
up PvP's dirty undies for 2 years. Now you have 1,000 subs.
Yeah.
He deserves
Yeah.
it, bro.
Yeah, it's all about.
I think he deserves
continual
it.
growth.
Mac was talking to me about trying to find a job. Well, trying to become more self-sufficient.
Yeah, I think it's important. Like, I think because I think there are some few jobs that like you would fit well in. So like, I mean, you said like computers,
I actually
maybe.
talked to Hammer. I said the same thing, Mac. I talked to Hammer recently about it and said that I reckon just taking a quick coding course to see if it's something that he'd be interested in, because once he commits his mind to it, he'll fucking be like excellent at it. And
I'm pretty sure
the good thing about I've done a little bit
coding like pretty well.
Exactly, and the good thing about coding is very logical. Like I play around a little bit in C# and like or whatever it's called, and it's very much like very sequential, very logical.
Yeah.
So
And and the other thing about coding is like when you're finished with it, it's like you make a program that you're proud of. It's like, wow, I actually made that. Wow, this is great. Like that's pretty cool. I didn't know I could do that. Like, yeah, I've never done a coding job, but I know a little bit. Like I know coding in like Java and Python, and I know a little bit of C++ too. So it's fun to do. Like
that music comes in. I call it C#. Sorry.
I haven't coded in C#. Like, yeah, I don't think I've ever coded in C#, but yeah, I've coded in C++, Java, and Python. I've coded in all of them. Like, nothing, I haven't done anything big, but I do know how to make some, like, I do know how to do, like, some, I know quite a bit of Java. Like, I know how to make, like, some, like, object-oriented and some, I know how to use, like, linked lists or data structures, binary
I
tree.
got your mic peaking just a little bit. I don't know if it's on.
Yeah, you sort of are, sort of.
Saying my mic's not working well, or is there echo?
No, it's peaking a little bit, like the thing. It might even be a bit too close to your mouth.
Okay, is this better? Or is this better?
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So like. Yeah. So like with coding, I mean, if it's something like I think it's a good thing. Like have you ever like with Warhammer? Have you ever tried like playing on a compiler? Maybe have you ever tried that? Like.
No, I haven't, bro.
Holy C, mate. Have you ever tried coding in Holy C, buddy?
No, I haven't, dude.
Like.
What's Terry Davis's one called? Have you done Temple OS?
That was my reference.
Have you played around that?
Dude, I'm not Terry Davis.
That's a good stream idea. Like,
I'm not Terry. I'm not like
OS
Terry A.
and play
Davis,
around
dude. I'm no Ted Kaczynski or Terry A. Davis.
Yeah.
Hey, Terry A. Davis is one of a kind. He was a fucking genius.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, rip, mate, rip. The A-lobs killed him, or the CIA. It was the A-lobs or the CIA. Maybe both.
So Warhammer, with your, I've said this before. I want to do it for you again. Can I get you on the push-up regime, the Euros MC push-up regime? So all I need you to do is in the morning when you wake up, do like 5 push-ups. Just 5. Or if that's too little for you, you want to do more, but not too many. 5 to 10 maybe. Good push-ups. Then about halfway through your day, do another 5. And then about 2 or 3 hours before you go to bed, do another 5. And then each week, try and add like, if you can add another 5 on top of that and go up to 10 and then 15 and 20, great. Or just whatever you can do where you feel comfortable. That's how I do it, mate.
I got an idea.
It builds up your shoulders, it builds up your back, it builds up your pecs.
What's going on with 3-4?
It's a really good exercise.
3-4.
I think his shit cut out.
Oh, sorry about that.
Wait, is that back?
Yeah, you're back. You're good.
There you go.
I was going to do some push-ups now. But I'm sort of drunk, so I probably can't do my act.
Look, to be honest, I've done some very interesting sessions of drunk push-ups, and they don't always go to plan. Sometimes they go very well. There you go. Look, 3/4's doing it. There you go.
There you go.
A couple, mate.
One, count them out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So give us 20, 15. Give us 20.
There's the keynote train.
So with that 3/4, that 15, 3/4. Matt, what's your number?
My number, I counted 14 on 3/4. 14.
No, sorry. In terms of your own push-ups, like how many push-ups do you reckon you can do? Actually, you don't have to say. Whatever it is.
I haven't done. I would say probably right now, maybe like I'd say probably most 10 right now. I need to get in shape. Like I used to probably be able to do like maybe like 15 or 20, but probably right now most I can do is like 8 to 10 right now. So.
Well, trust me, that's how I got in shape. That was the first pillar. That was the first starting to do it. I was out of shape, and I just committed to that. I got up to a position when I was doing 50 in my splits, so 150 push-ups a day, and then started into the gym and stuff from there. And it's a good upper body. Now, obviously, if you can throw your squats in there with it, even better. But at minimum, especially Warhammer's build, I reckon fucking Warhammer it looks like good, solid, strong stock. And I reckon with a couple of push-ups, he'll be like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Usually I can do way more push-ups than that. I was just sort of drunk, to be honest.
Are you embracing or are you punting still? Have you flipped now 3/4?
No, I flipped in the beginning because I was punting, now embracing.
Yeah. So what have you been doing for weight gain then?
I've been doing push-ups, sit-ups, squats, Arnold presses. Curls, lateral raises.
Yep.
And
Do any chin-ups or press like pull-ups?
Unfortunately. What else was it? I think there was one more. Oh, chest presses with like 2 chairs. So I'd be doing chest press as well.
Yep.
It's been sort of working.
This was our expert call into the Warhammer show, the Forger, was to give the exercise updates.
Yeah. I think Warhammer, I think Warhammer, you have a lot of potential. It just you just gotta find, sometimes you gotta start out somewhere, and once you're there, it's like it just goes well from there. So, do you have any other?
It's been working out.
Forge Gang here to help him along the way.
Dude, I really hope that I can become a better streamer. I know that I'm not really that good of a live streamer overall, but I hope to get there one day.
Nah, what makes you say that?
I understand my shortcomings and
the
flaws.
definition of what's good is so played out at this point. But there's a reason why I like your streams. But why do you say that about yourself, man?
I'm different, dude. I have to be different. I cannot. I'm actually just incompetent and incapable of copying other streamers. I have to be like Invader Zim. I have to be different. But successful. Yeah, you know how Invader Zim was different?
You speak yourself.
That's what I mean. Like Invader
I never really
Zim.
I never really watched Invader Zim. That's kind of before my time. So.
Oh no, bros! Surfer lost 3 subs. Now he's below 100. Now he's below 1K again.
What happened?
No.
Oh, that's KKG that's doing that. That's KKG. He's using KKG has
I
like
bet
hundreds
you that was
of different...
Sam B.
Yeah, maybe it was
like
like
3
Sam B's
accounts.
Oh, maybe it's Sam B. It could be KKG too. He does that crap also. You know who KKG is? No Negroes? That could be him messing around with that too. With Sam B.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Sam B
really?
such a snake? Like, why is Sam B always such a freaking snake?
Sam B's our special guest.
He thinks he's always right about everything.
He's our special guest. He always comes in with special comments.
Yeah. Forge, please forget. Are you Aussie or are you a Kiwi? I'm just curious. Like.
Who? So
Forge.
I'm Australian, but 3-4 is Kiwi.
Okay.
So the way you tell the difference between an Australian and a Kiwi is that a Kiwi sounds pretty much like an Australian, but their I's become E's.
Really?
So
really? Really?
3-4 say chill.
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 Say like bin.
Ben.
Say bin.
Ben.
See that? That's the difference between an Australian and a Kiwi, right?
I didn't know that.
Does that make sense, Mac?
Yeah, it makes sense.
I didn't even know that. Apparently that's different.
So their I's sound like E's phonetically. So.
Okay.
And I know this having actually dated a Kiwi.
Oh, I didn't know. Thanks for telling me. I didn't. Yeah, I guess it's a difference in the accent.
I didn't know it either.
But it's similar between like America and Canada, right? So unless you're immersed, you don't understand the nuance. Like at first, as a non-Northern American, whenever you hear the accent, it takes a second to work out if it's American or Canadian. Especially when you're talking about that sort of north-ish, like great
usually
area of America.
Like I can't do a Canadian accent, but I know someone's Canadian. Like it's like say, hey, how's it going, man? Hey.
Oi, buddy. That's it. Say buddy a lot.
Yeah. They say it's a stereotype that Canadians say "hey," but I don't think it's a stereotype. It's true. Most Canadians I know, they're like, "hey, man, hey."
There's a reason why we all say buddy nowadays, because we're all like people being surfer fans. So, like,
no, it's funny. I started saying buddy, and then my IRL mates have also, like, the mates that don't even watch like any YouTube videos have started saying buddy as well, because I started saying it.
yeah. Because that's most of the time with my real mates. Anyway, it's usually can't.
Say mate.
Sorry. Sorry. Well, I don't know if you're supposed to. Anyway. Forge gang,
Forge gang! Forge gang! Let's go!
Forge gang.
Well, we should play some more FO Online too, as well. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that.
Thought that was funny how you
Mac,
called yourself Sam B.
join us in Fortnite 2 Online?
Yeah, sure. What do you guys play on PC or PlayStation or Xbox? What do you guys?
It's PC, but it's actually run like in browser.
Is it free or
it's
not?
Just like,
it's
like
free.
it's free. It's like a Fallout 2 as an MMO.
Warhammer, where's your knife? Let's compare knives.
Oh, sure. Give me a second, mate.
No, I don't have a knife on me at the moment.
I use this all the time when I go fishing.
What kind of fishing pole? What kind of pole do you have? Shit.
Show us your pole.
Where's the knife? There it is.
Warhammer's back. There.
Yeah.
I don't know how to use a knife. Isn't there like a certain way that you use a knife? or whatever.
Yeah, it's like when you do, like, I don't know, I learned this in a movie. I think when you, like one of those switchblades, I think the way you fight with it, you have to go, like, you have to aim it, like, chin up or something. I don't remember. I don't really, something like that. I forget. That was in some movie. I don't even remember. So, yeah, I think there's a way to use it, but.
No, I use this for fishing mostly. It actually is pretty sharp, so I've used this for like filleting fish. So it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Where do you
like
usually catch around your parts?
There's a peninsula called a couple kilometres away from where I live called Army Bay. So I fish off there. I've caught a couple snapper there before. Pretty good.
Ghost of Niccolo fishes too.
Shore
From
fishing.
coast or boat? Offshore?
Yeah, shore fishing. No, I've caught snapper there before.
Yeah, nice. Good size?
Good times as always.
No, good size.
Oh, good size. No, I can, mate. I'll DM you a picture.
Yeah, do.
Oh, I need to find my phone.
Man, WA, dude. Hold on, when I said there is still good fishing, but WA used to have...
webcam.
Oh, good. WA used to have amazing fishing, but we're being fished out a little bit. It's not as easy as it used to be, put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I would never mess with 3-4. He is a hardcore mofo. Oh no.
Hardcore! Why is
Don't
he
mess
hardcore?
with 3-4.
Don't mess with 3-4.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
I think he's a bit of a soy boy.
Hey, buddy, come on, mate. That's a bit harsh.
That's why they call him 3 soy.
I've never been called 3 soy, I'm pretty sure.
Everybody,
You're the only one that's ever said that.
bro, everybody calls you 3 soy.
It's all been behind my back, apparently. Wasn't it? How long that was done. Whipping out the knife.
Snakes, right?
There's no snakes. In New Zealand, there aren't any. As far as there are no snakes in New Zealand, right? If I'm correct.
No snakes there.
No snakes.
Wait, serious? No, there'd be snakes there.
No, there's no snakes pretty much at all.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's because New Zealand has been like cut off from like the mainland for like thousands of years. That snakes never really got to go. They never really got to go there. So.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fucking snakes, man. They're like one of my biggest fears. So.
Yeah. Well, I know. In Australia, you guys have those giant those constrictor, those pythons. You guys have those are huge.
The thing is, man, the story about snakes gets really overblown. To be honest, for the most part, in metropolitan areas, you don't encounter snakes at all. It's very rare, depending on where you are. Yeah, you can go down to a lake in my town, in my city, and there's tiger snakes there. But apart from that, not really metropolitan. But you do come across them. Probably in my life come across I don't know, 3 or 4 snakes.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I was reading somewhere in Australia. I was I don't know where it happened. Apparently a python came to someone's house and they ate a girl's a stuffed animal or something. It thought it was a rat. It thought it was I heard of
Well, sort of far north, sort of Queensland especially. That's where most of the snakes are around there. There's a lot of snakes still in WA, but WA is just a massive area. Yeah. It's so funny hearing foreigners talk about, it's like, you got all these snakes and spiders, how do you survive? It's like, bro. What do you think? I just wake up in the morning and just batting off snakes and fucking spiders. Seriously.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys hear about people talking. I'm sure people talk to you about gators all the time. It's in Australia, you guys are dealing, right?
Again, that's more Queensland. There are some up north, but Queensland. So WA is interesting. So Western Australia. We don't have most of the Australian exotic fauna. So we don't have wombats. don't have like echidnas, platypus, kookaburra. Oh, sorry, no. Of course we have kookaburra.
You have to remember, Western
koalas.
desert. So there's like one little city, and then the rest of the whole state is just.
In many respects, it's like desert and yeah, it's desert and ocean. Like,
what was that shipwreck that happened off Western Australia? There was like the Dutch settlers or like Dutch traders, and they tried to start like their own like criminal colony, and then they ended up
up north in like mid. Yeah, up north in mid 1600s. Maybe even as early as like late 1500s. And they know this also because they've found the archaeology, not just the ships, but also like plates and coins and stuff like that. But the like Aborigine gene or indigenous genes are recessive genes. So quite often, if an indigenous person has a child with like a Caucasian, they go very light and very blonde early. And so there's sections up north of like indigenous communities that have like fair skin and blonde hair, and that was part of the Dutch settlement. So they were more like right up the top, like northwestern coast, around like almost Exmouth, like very far. I went up there a few years back. It's kind of like 14-hour drive from Perth, sort of thing.
You live in Western Australia, right?
Are you from Victoria or New South Wales?
No, I'm from Western Australia.
Are you from Western Australia? Oh, okay. You're from like Perth, I guess, or.
Yeah.
Hey, Mormon Shaggy.
Mormon Shaggy, where is he?
Mormon Shaggy.
Hey, Shaggy was a good sport tonight. I'd just smelt him in line.
Hey Shaggy, what do you think about this?
Discourse.
Oh, dude.
No,
3-4 is quite the swordsman. Oh, by the way, you trolls that like to talk about my bitch tits or whatever, dude, my man tits. Hey, trolls. Why don't you keep making like your crappy ass parodies about my man tits or whatever? Because I'm on Punk the Gunt, baby. I'm gonna be thin. I'm gonna be an Adonis, bro. Keep making your fucking bullshit about my man tits. And keep flagging me, dude. Go ahead and swat me. Hey, swat me. I don't give a shit. That's all I wanted to say.
Maybe not that so much.
All the police officers that try to kill him, he'll slit their throats.
Oh, absolutely, dude.
Nah, maybe don't say that. But
I retract that statement. He's not going to do that.
All you trolls, just fuck with Hammer. You fuck Forge Gang.
Well, they get smelted.
Forge Gang.
I am the CEO of the Forger, Little Shimmy. Up in the Jimmy. You know with the himmy. That's be the shimmy.
Hammer.
Yeah.
But and I'm gonna go because my dinner just got dropped off.
I was going to say right fast. Thank you for that comment about you saying that I'm very patient. I wait until the right moment to get at Mormon Shaggy. But thank you for that comment, sir.
But it's the height of comedy, the height of like the art and the skill of discourse, where you can just sit there and just your impression of him. Everybody loves it. Everybody fucking loves it. It's so good. So I was like fucking pissing myself on the stream last night when he was just like brave and just shit like that, and he was just. Poor Shaggy. He gets tilted a little bit too early, so, you know. I reckon, hopefully one day, there will be a calmer discourse. But until then, I'm going to go enjoy my burger. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, good night.
See you later, Euros.
Hey, see you
Thank
later,
you for
buddy.
coming.
Nice meeting you, Mac. Take care. See you 3-4. Love you, buddy. Love you, Warhammer.
Forge.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's get it. Little shimmy got a big shimmy.
Yeah.
Well, I just realised Brucey Kibbett in chat said, "Oh, 34 really belongs here, mate." Brucey, buddy, are you jealous of my knife skills, mate? I don't know where you're from, but buddy, we learned how to use a knife in New Zealand. I learned how to kill a fish with it. I learned how to get rabbits with it, mate. That's what we learn in New Zealand.
New Zealand's more manly than California, I'm sure.
Well, I didn't learn to skin a deer. I mean, I think you need a sort of bigger knife for that. But I learned how to skin a rabbit and, fillet a fish with that knife. So.
Yeah. It just really sucks that New Zealand lost their gun. Like that really sucks. Like, I feel for you. Like lost your gun rights.
Yeah, no, this country's pretty bad. Like, economically, this country has no future. The environment's nice.
Mm-hmm.
But politically and economically, this place is fucked.
Mm-hmm. That really sucks. But, I mean, in the States, it's not that great either. Like, some southern states are all right, like Florida, Texas. But if you go to like California or New York, it's all messed up there. So.
Well, Kibbett says that knives aren't even legal where he is. So he's probably from Britain. He can't even own a knife.
Yeah.
Do you live in?
This knife is a completely legal knife. It's not spring loaded. It's not a spring loaded knife. I need to flick it open. So if you can flick it open, it's legal. But if it's spring loaded, it's an illegal knife. But this knife is illegal, mate. And I'll say that is very sharp. It's a very sharp.
Well, be careful, dude. You don't want to cut your finger there.
I was trying. I've cut myself with that knife before, and it's a very sharp knife.
I mean, you'll get over it, dude. It's not going to kill you.
No, I've cut my thumb on that before. It's like no big deal. But at least we can own knives in New Zealand, buddy. I guess it's a bit of a cope because about 3 years ago we could own fucking AR-15s. But at least we can still own knives. That's my cope.
That's a good one positive thing at least.
I don't know if you can see this, but I cut myself there a little bit. You see that cut there? But yeah, I
see it.
I cut myself pretty badly. It's hard to see in this lighting, but you should be able to see a little cut. Yeah, I've done some pretty dumb stuff.
Can you see that scar on the video? I don't know if you can, because I think my quality's too bad.
It's a little blurry, I guess.
No, that's where I cut myself with that exact knife. Pretty much. I have a little scar.
Have you ever gotten a snake bite, if I may ask? Like, did you ever get a snake bite?
He's a New Zealand dude.
No, there's no snakes in New Zealand. Like, literally, there's no snakes here.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Same in Hawaii. In Hawaii, there are also no. In Hawaii, like in the state of Hawaii, like there's no snakes either. And actually, if you own a pet snake in Hawaii, you can be fined $500,000 and get like 3 years in prison.
If you try to own a pet snake in New Zealand, they'll charge you like massive amount of money because it's an illegal animal.
Yeah, because the thing is, if a snake gets released in New Zealand, it's gonna start killing all the birds and like a lot of the other native animals. So it's like. Yeah, in Hawaii too. Yeah, in Hawaii you can get in serious trouble. I don't know if Iceland doesn't have snakes either, but they probably wouldn't survive in Iceland anyway. So I don't know what the rule is there. But yeah, in Hawaii, yeah, it's illegal. I know in Hawaii it's illegal in New Zealand too. So yeah, no pet snakes. So and I never really understood the joy in keeping a pet snake either. It's kind of like it's a boring animal. It's boring to keep as a pet, honestly.
Yeah, no, they're not very active, are they? They're pretty sedimentary animals.
Yeah, like I knew one guy who had a pet snake. It didn't do anything. It just sat curled up in its den all day. It was boring to have his pet. Like I would never want that.
Appreciate that point.
Yeah. Say again.
I'm just saying, you might as well have just like pet fish. Because at least they move around.
Yeah. Pet fish are much better. At least like they look.
Holiest man on the internet.
They look beautiful.
I really am the holiest Mormon on the internet. Yeah.
He's a top educated. Yeah.
My ghost
Yeah.
bastard where I skit. That ain't a knife.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a knife.
Yeah. Do you have that? Like, what's that alias he does, like Billy Alt-Right, where he has the stuffed animal? Like, you've seen?
I can't
You know what I'm
believe
talking about.
this. I deserve recognition. I deserve recognition with Base Pepe. Oh, Base Pepe. That was so funny, wasn't it? That was literally
Yeah, that was
retarded.
really.
That was literally retarded when he made those. It's literally retarded, dude.
Like he's like he's a 40-year-old man with a kitty toy. He's like crying, literally.
I miss those videos.
Like,
Lance Satir probably
Are
has
they
all
still-
those videos.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't even understand what he was saying in half of them. He's just showing his butt hurt, like Billy Alt-Right.
He was so weird. I never.
He's one of the weirdest guys I met him.
I agree, he is.
Go on.
I never understood him with his I never really understood him with his Gnostic Joachimite stuff, his Joachimite theology. He said the Jesuits based. He said the Jesuit order based itself off Joachimite.
How do you spell it?
Oh, Joachimite is Joachim.
Joch.
No, Joachim. Joachimite.
Okay.
Or Joachimite.
Okay, I see. All right. Joachimite. Okay.
I actually read up on that, and it doesn't sound like anything at all that like he said it was. It's just like so weird, dude.
Yeah. Remember the time he got? I think he like him and Red's Rhetoric. They got into I think he threatened Red's Rhetoric. He threatened like come and like beat up Red's Rhetoric or something, but he never did. Do you remember that?
Red's Rhetoric. Yeah, I remember that. When was that, bro?
It's like 2018, like September 2018, I think.
Oh, so that was after they had their debate. What was he saying about Red's Rhetoric? It was obviously it was the flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, I think like Red's Rhetoric, he debates flat earthers, so like that's what his like thing is. His main thing is just debating flat earthers. So yeah, I think he went on his I think SI went on Red's Rhetoric show, and then he said like, I think he said, dude, if I would love to just be in a parking lot, just beating it up with you guys, and it just went from there. So yeah, Drake threw the first threat, and it just went from there. So.
Oh yeah. Oh, he threatened. Oh yeah, I remember that, bro. They were gonna meet up for a fight. That was so childish. Like, could you imagine a 40-year-old man wanting to like go to Florida? Was it in Florida? Yeah, he was gonna go to Florida, right?
Yeah, he was gonna go to I think they were gonna meet at the Kennedy Space Center where they launch rockets from the Florida coast.
Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah, they were gonna duke it there. I think somewhere there they were gonna and they're actually gonna go. There was a launch scheduled. I think he's like, I'm coming. This launch is scheduled. We're gonna prove to you. I'm gonna prove to you that there's no such thing as rock, or there's just something like that. I don't even remember fully, but yeah, it never happened then, and I think he backed off after that. So
on a more serious topic, buddy. Do you think that Mormon Shaggy can ever be redeemed?
I don't know. That's up to him. You mean like saved in Christ in salvation, or something other?
Yeah, no, yeah, basically, yeah. He
Yeah.
also gets redeemed as like a basic human being because like this guy's a piece of shit. So.
Well, he's very unrepentant.
The only way I see him being redeemed, like the way I see him being redeemed is if he realizes his wrongdoing. But that's the first part in redemption. I interrupted. Go on, Warhammer.
I don't know, dude. I am interested in Mormonism and what Joseph Smith wrote. I don't understand why Joseph Smith said the Song of Solomon was not biblical and did not belong in the Bible. But then he said that like the entire chapters and stuff and writings of the Book of Mormon, and then like the price of the pearl or the pearl of price, were.
Pearl of great price, they call it.
Yeah, but he said that the Song of Solomon did not belong in the Bible.
Well, reason he said that was because like Song of Solomon doesn't mention God anywhere. It's more like a poem. But it's more about, see, with Song of Solomon, it's just about a husband loving his wife. That's all it's really about. Just showing, like, being in a loving relationship. And I think, Joseph Smith, like, I guess he was like, first off, one thing with Joseph Smith, he married like a 14-year-old girl. He married girls like as young as 14. So like, and he had like 40 different wives. So like, he was just,
Damn, dude.
He was, let's just say, like, he was a sick man. Joseph Smith was a sick man, and I think.
So he was the nigga of his day, bro. The ice. He was like the ice Poseidon of his day.
Pretty much, yeah. So like, I guess he just wanted to like try to present himself as a moral man. So saying, no, I don't believe that's why he said that book is like not in the Bible, just because it talks about love. But really, he was just trying to cover up that he was just a sexual predator. So, I think. Yeah, same with he had multiple wives. Same with the Muslim prophet Muhammad. He also had like 9 wives, and he also married a girl who was like 6 years old too. So, yeah, these people are sick, man. They're sick. Like,
yeah, yeah. I can't believe they had like 40 wives, bro. That's something else, dude. He was like, that guy was a pimp. Damn.
He was, dude. He was, absolutely.
I think that's not right. The New Testament says that you should either stay a celibate or marry. Like, marriage is the key to getting away from the flames of hell. Or whatever Paul was
just
saying.
like says like, just be a husband or just be a husband. It says also somewhere like be blameless husband of one wife, and that's it. Like,
because Smith says the Indians are Israelites or something, and the Song of Solomon talks about how the Israelites are white, not brown Indians. I imagine that you're going to take offense to that since you're part Native American. I imagine you're going to probably take offense to that.
Well, I don't know. I think the whole actually he stole that idea of the Native Americans being Israelites actually came from another book called there's other book called View of the Hebrews, which was like also published in Joseph Smith's area at the time, and like Smith just plagiarized that. Like, look it up, View of the Hebrews, and pretty much most of the Book of Mormon was stolen from that book. So it's like nothing Joseph Smith wrote was original to him. Like, it was mostly plagiarized.
How in the world would God want to have another prophet after the apostolic era? I mean,
he wouldn't.
Then,
I mean, there have been so many false ones.
What do you think about the Jehovah's Witnesses? They literally claim that what was his name? What was the guy that did
Charles
the semi-Aryan?
Charles T. Russell.
Yeah, but he also claimed
Go ahead, no problem.
Both the Mormons and the
Charles T.
Jehovah's.
Russell.
Sorry, bro.
Yeah, are you talking about Charles T. Russell, the Jehovah's Witness founder?
Yes. He had really bizarre ideas too. These cults
Yeah,
have
I mean, like,
weird ideas and concepts.
yeah, I mean, the three of the biggest Christian cults, like I'd say, were like Mormonism, Jehovah's Witness. The other big one was the Seventh Day Adventist Church, and they all came about in the 1800s. And yeah, same thing. They all had prophets. They said they were restoring the truth. Like I call them the restorationist Christian churches, like because they think they're restoring the original one. That's what they think. But yeah, Mormons, Jehovah's Witnesses, and Seventh Day Adventists. And
Do you think that what the Seventh Day Adventists said were true about this great prophecy about like the end of times in 1844? Was it 1843?
it was based on like, see, that was based on like I think there was like somewhere in the Book of Daniel it talks about like 2,500 days, but I think they interpret it as a year, and like it's a flawed interpretation. I think so.
Well,
Like, and there's some fishy stuff about this.
I mean, they literally, dude. Why was that? Why was 3-4 like acting like he was spaced out, and like he was like behaving like he was a spastic retard. Just looking around like almost like he was poking fun at me. Maybe I think too much or buy too much into it. I was just wondering.
I think he seems like a cool dude. I think he seems like a nice guy. So I think he's just having fun. So I think.
Well, I mean, I do have trolls that want to derail the discussion. I think the best thing to do is
like
ignore them.
And if any trolls come in the chat, I'm just saying, just ban them, dude. Just ban them. Just ban their account. That's it. Just ban them. Like that's it. And there's no point in giving them attention. There's no point in giving the trolls attention. Just deny them. Don't ever give them any fuel. You don't mention them. Just ban them without saying anything and just go on with the discussion. That's what I would do. Just.
Baked Alaska warships Solomon. What? Lamanites and Lamanites something even mentioned in the Bible or Table of Nations in Genesis. No, the Lamanites are not mentioned anywhere in the book of Genesis.
There's no such thing as them. That's that's from the Book of Mormon too. Yeah, that's what he's trying to say. Is there's no mention of them in the Bible. So. Yeah.
I did want to actually one time read through the Book of Mormon. I was just curious about it. And I'm also curious about Jehovah's Witness material and Christian identity. The Christian identity is pretty hateful. Like they're really hateful people. They literally believe.
What they believe.
Well, they're just hateful.
Yeah, I think Eric John Phelps, he's part of the Christian identity movement. Like they believe in like salvation is only for like the whites or like, and they're just like the black Israelites. Like they think salvation is only for one race. Like
obviously, it's for all people. Like all the races.
Yeah, it is for everyone.
All the races of man descend from Noah and his stock, Ham, Shem, and Japheth or Japheth. Japheth.
Yeah.
Do you think that God is making China like a Christian nation to replace America?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think China's a Christian nation.
I think China is also part of the whole this whole New World Order they call it. I think China is just as controlled as the United States is. Like I think Chinese system is almost like a blueprint of what they want for a New World Order, just like authoritarian, like a single party controlling everything, no second opinion.
Oh, just like in Brave New World, by crap, I don't remember his name, and 1984 by George Orwell. Oh yeah, H.G. Wells wrote a book called The World Set Free, and he wrote a lot of really NWO related stuff too about the technocracy.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Synarchy, Mac? But apparently,
No, I'm not.
okay. So Saint Ys wrote this thing about the so-called Synarchy, and it's basically kind of like the Spartan system of Tetrarchy, basically, but
Mm-hmm.
apparently the way that Satan rules the world is that he does it through division and discord and chaos. And we're actually under the control of a synarchy, and it's completely disorganized or whatever. We're not, the NWO is not a pyramid or an upright pyramid. It's like a synarchy system, and one part is the Gnostics. And so the Gnostics are like, Aleister Crowley and the Templi Ordo Orientis, that's the Gnostics. And the other side is the Hermeticists. And so the Hermeticists are the Freemasons, etc., etc. And then, like, the Gnostics are the antinomian Gnostics. And then, like, the Order of the the Ordo Templi Orientis is like the ascetic Gnostics or whatever. So even the Gnostics are divided against each other. And then there's these Hermeticists that took over and influenced the mercantile guilds. Dude, 3-4, are you okay, buddy? You don't look good, man.
No, buddy, I was just going to do some more push-ups, so I was moving my phone.
Oh, okay. Well, dude, I mean, just go easy on yourself.
Wait,
You look wasted.
I'm going to try these 30 push-ups. Let's go.
Let's go! Get doing it, bro! Let's do it! Dude, 3-4 is awesome. He is an awesome guy.
Seven, 8.
Christian identity has a bad rap because of James Mason and modern versions of it. Check out Bertrand Comparet. He's not a hateful man. Yeah, I listened to some of Bertrand Comparet's stuff on Christogenia. But what turned me away from Christogenia is they had this book. They literally had this book that was titled The History of Anti-Semitism and the Influence of Catholic Anti-Zionist Stuff in the Interwar Period. And they were saying that, well, only the Catholics were aware about the evil menace of the Jews. And everybody else were just, cucked.
How many did you do? I lost count.
I think that was 30. On the dot.
You did great. Sorry, I interrupted Warhammer. Go on, Warhammer.
Let's go! That's for you, Mormon Shaggy! Joseph Smith was a pedophile!
Shaggy. Back to you, buddy.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad to be around real friends instead of people that want to derail and troll me to death, like Laughing Adolf and Sam B on this side of things, and then Greek and Beans and Jay Danks and stuff and Plate Gang. Oh, it just goes on and on, dude. There's so many crappy people out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think, once you can find, if you can find some meaningful employment, I think your life will get much better. Then you can, have some relief from all this,
I can't get along with my mother for nothing. We don't speak much. We literally do not speak.
Is there any job you would, be interested in doing? Is there anything that, interests... I know you said computers are one thing, anything,
Maybe coding, perhaps. I could easily do coding.
Yeah, dude.
Like, really coding Warhammer. I think you'll be good at that.
Yeah, dude. Like, honestly, don't worry about your conviction. Like, your early conviction. Like, how long ago was it? Was it like a couple of years ago?
It was a year ago.
Mm-hmm. But you didn't mean to hurt anyone. It was just a discharge, right?
Yes. Yeah, it
It
was
was
discharged.
was it accidental?
No, it was intentional. But yeah. I shot a gun in the city limits, and so I got a felony charge. 3rd degree. Lowest type of felony charge.
That's messed up.
It is, dude.
But you didn't hurt anyone.
No, of course not. And no property was damaged either.
Mm-hmm. Trying to think what's the job like. Yeah, I know a lot of people who have like felony charges. A lot of them go into like oil drilling. Like that's pretty popular among them. Like or construction's also popular. I don't know if that interests you or like.
I could still do coding, right? Like I could still go to college and do coding.
I'm sure you could, dude. If you can like. Is there like a local community college near you? Like
I think there's one in Dallas or something. Though there's a lot in Dallas. I don't know. No, there's not any in my county, if that's what you mean.
Mm-hmm. Like, but is there one like? Is there one like driving distance from you? Maybe like.
Yeah, I would have to get my GED first because the Canadian. I have a Canadian high school diploma, but I'm a citizen of the United States, so I can't use it to go into a college in America.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Could you go to like a trade school maybe? Like learn some other skills maybe? Like
yes.
Yo, apprenticeship, work in a factory maybe? That might be all good.
Yeah. No, I know some people they never went to college. Like a lot of them like they do like I know one guy who he's a trucker and he makes like $80,000 a year. So it's like yeah, he just has a commercial driver's license, which isn't really that hard to get. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if those kind of people are very tolerant of Aspies or Spurgs, but I always wanted to drive.
The trucking community?
Pretty much anywhere. Pretty much anywhere, period.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, like I'm just letting you know, dude, trucking is a pretty good career, dude. And there's a big shortage of it, so you could easily get you just need I know the trucking industry work, so if you need a trucking job, I know I can help you try to find a school and I'm sure they're more than bold. They probably won't care about your charge. They'll just say, all right, whatever. It's probably a year now. Once it's expired, then just say, all right, just.
Well, in the United States, you need to get like your license, and you get like the P license, and you get the passenger license, and you get like an apprenticeship. How does it work?
So in the United States, how it works. Like to be a trucker, well, first you need your regular driver's license, just to drive your sedan, your car. So you first get your. Yeah. So after that, once you have your regular driver's license, how it works is to drive a truck, you need what you call a commercial driver's license or a CDL, and there's it depends on what kind of truck you want to drive. So it's if you want the two main ones are Class A, a CDL Class A and a CDL Class B. So a Class A is first of all, a commercial vehicle is any vehicle which weighs more than 26,000 pounds. So, but a Class A is your tractor trailer. So it's you got the I guess you guys call them lorries. You guys call them trucks in New Zealand. What do you guys call trucks in New Zealand? You guys call them trucks. You call them lorries.
Trucks, just trucks.
Trucks. So yeah, it's let me see if I can share. So it's let me see 1 sec. Here, can you share my screen?
Oh, there's somebody. Oh, that's your screen. My bad, bro.
Yeah. So it's now I just wanted to show here So like if you want to look at there's like to drive a truck, there's like two kinds of trucks you can drive. There's like a tractor. Like if you want to drive like a tractor trailer, you need like something like this, right? You need a CDL class A. But if you want to drive, the other kind of truck you can drive is just a straight truck, like a dump truck. Like this would be a class something like this. This would be a class B truck too. So it's like there's two licenses again. You get a CDL. Yeah, so it's like a.
Oh yeah, I sort of get you, mate. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know
it's
if you have lorries in America, but in New Zealand, there's been like a lorry and like a trailer.
Okay.
Like a trailer.
Mhm. Yeah. So like for us, this is a good way to put it. First, we never use the term lorry. Like everything's a truck to us. So it's like yeah. So like pretty much like a class A.
It's basically a lorry.
Okay. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. But like for us, like a class A truck is like a tractor trailer, and then a class B is like just your straight truck, no trailers. So then after you get your CDL license, like if you want to drive like a bus, you need a bus is like a CDL class B since it's a straight vehicle, but you need like what you call an endorsement. So like CDL, and there's like how do I say it? Like there are like different endorsements you can get. So like to drive a bus, you need a passenger endorsement on your CDL, and there are other endorsements you can get. Like there's tankers for driving like a gasoline truck, and then double trucks are like you're driving two trailers. I know Australia, I don't know if New Zealand they have those. Do you guys have like those double, triple trailers in New Zealand?
No, not really. I think it's mostly just trains like the large. No, we don't have anything like that really.
Yeah. Like in the United States, we have
large freight is transported by train or by boat.
I see. Yeah, we have a lot of these, and they're called like double trailers, which are like when you have like two trailers as opposed to one. So we have a lot of those in the States. So
yeah, that makes sense. Hence the name.
Yeah, yeah. So and then we can also drive if you want to drive a tanker truck, you need like something like this. You need an endorsement on your CDL. So it's you need a tanker and you also need a hazmat endorsement, which means like you can carry hazardous material. So yeah, and then there's
Well, we got those in New Zealand occasionally. We got the tankers going around with all the petrol, whatever.
Yeah, or like we call it or gasoline. Like America, we call it gasoline. I know in the Commonwealth it's mostly called petroleum, right? Like in Britain and New Zealand. Petrol. Okay. Yeah, we call it gasoline. So.
What is your favorite beer, 3-4? What's your favorite beer, man?
What's my favorite?
My favorite beer. That's a good question. If it was money was no option, have you ever heard of a Heineken?
Yes. I like Samuel Adams.
Money was no
Dude,
option.
Samuel Adams is kind of strong.
No, if money was an option, I'd drink a Heineken, which is sort of like a Dutch beer. But I've never heard of what do you say, a Samuel Adams? Never even heard of that.
It's an American beer. Dude, maybe it went out of business.
They're not too bad, American beers.
It's a Sam Adams. That's my favorite beer.
I'm just saying, I've had a Budweiser, which is like my only experience with American beer. Having a Budweiser.
Budweiser's pretty good, bro.
No, I've tried them. They're not too bad. I actually don't mind them.
I love lagers. Like, I love drinking lagers or lagers. This is what I hate about this retarded probation stuff. I can't drink. And right now, I'm going through some issues about my addiction to alcohol. But I really do need to drink. I've got to find a way to drink. I can't stand not drinking.
Yeah, well, I drink like 2 or 3 times a week. I usually don't drink during the weekdays, but it's Friday for me, so Friday on the beers. I'm on the Tiger. I think this is Singaporean Tiger beer. It's like an Asian beer.
Oh, cool. Doesn't the Daimyo drink what cheap ass Chinese brand of beer does the Daimyo drink? But he drinks a light beer. Well, the Daimyo.
That's Japanese.
He's always drinking like this real light beer, and it looks like he gets real easily wasted, and it's like it doesn't seem like he can handle drinking alcohol. He just looks real wasted by it. Dude, the daimyo is just so freaking cringe. I don't like him. And I don't like Shaggy, and I don't like none of them, dude. They're just cringe and
Warhammer,
sus.
do you mind if I share this link with other people?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Like, share, see if anyone wants to join.
Who wants, who are you going to share it with, bro?
Well, I was going to put it in DD's Discord and the Kino Corner Discord, and maybe the Bible Studies Discord.
Okay, go ahead. I mean, we're not talking much about the Bible, but yeah, go ahead, bro.
Oh, well, it's always good to talk about the Bible, buddy.
Warhammer, I'm just curious, what kind of truck do you have? I'm just curious. Do you have Silverado or F-150?
It's a white Toyota Tacoma.
Oh, okay.
Asians don't have enzymes to break down alcohol. It's related to the same genes that make their eyes dark.
I didn't know that.
I don't really think that there's that many Aspie truckers out there, bro.
Dude, I'll be honest, dude, the trucking industry, they don't really care as long as you can drive, dude, it doesn't matter. But dude, if you're a trucker, dude, you're gonna be mostly working alone, dude. It's like it's like the perfect job if you want to work alone. So yeah, no one's gonna care, dude. No one's really gonna care, dude. No one's going to. There's truckers with, I'm sure there are truckers with Asperger's, ADD, whatever. It's like they need people to haul freight, dude. So I'm sure, dude. Once you get, if you just look for, if you can find a CDL school near you, just find it and then just get your CDL license. I'm sure you'll get a job in the next day, dude. It's like there's so many trucking jobs out there. It's like.
All right, I shared the link. I don't know if anyone will join or not because it is sort of late American time, eh? So.
Well, it's like 8 a.m. It's like 8 a.m. for me. I'm on the East Coast, so it's 8 a.m.
Oh, it's 7 o'clock here.
Oh, yeah, so it's early morning.
Yeah, it's early morning right now. Sun's already up. So.
What do you think about the South, if I may ask? What is your interpretation of the South?
Oh, I love the South. I love the South, dude. I love it.
I mean, well, that's cool, bro. What do you think about Europe, if I may ask?
I mean, I do like Europe. I mean, I love European architecture, dude. I love the architecture. I love the people, dude. But government style, I guess I'm not that big of a fan of socialist style government. So that's probably. But I mean, I love European culture. I love their, I love Europeans too. I love the people there. Just so to be honest, it's like pretty much any part of the white hemisphere. I'm fond of
So there's 2 different licenses for trucking. There's 2 different licenses. Do I have to have both licenses to be a successful trucker, or what?
No, you don't. You only need. If I were you, I would go for the Class A. Go for a CDL Class A because Class B you can only drive a straight truck. So with that you can only drive a dump truck or a box truck or a cement mixer. If you get a Class A, you can drive pretty much everything. You can drive everything. The only thing you can't drive is a bus. That's it. So look for a CDL Class A school. That's what I think you need. CDL Class A. Do you have an email? I actually know one channel which is pretty they give a lot of info. Do you have an email?
Yeah, I have 200 different emails back when I was a troll.
Okay.
I used to troll a lot.
Yeah.
You want the like what email do you want? Like the one that I do business on?
Just your main one. Yeah, that'd be fine. That's perfectly fine.
How would I send it to you? Where could I send the email to you, bro?
Mm-hmm. Okay, when we end this, at the end of the stream, like maybe not right now because you're public right now. Maybe later on you can just say it to me and then yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, but if you want to go into trucking, like CDL Class A is what you want. Like look for a CD commercial driver's license Class A. That's what you want because like when it comes to trucking, the biggest money is in the large tractor trailers. So it's like what you have to do is you just go for it's just like maybe just like maybe 2 months training where you learn to drive truck. You just take the road test and you have your license. That's it. Just yeah, and I'm sure, and like you'll probably be making like 60, 70 grand doing that because there's not many truckers out there. So.
Well, I'm just reading a chat from our guy Brucey. He says a lot of truckers are very eccentric people. As long as you can be courteous, polite, they'll be good to you.
I saw
Yeah,
that.
pretty much.
How would I
There
be
you
able
go,
to
you heard from
stream if
Brucey
I'm
first.
like up and down the place, and being a trucker? I won't be able to do a stream. I could do an IRL, but I can't do a stream on
Yo,
desktop.
mate, you could do streams in the truck. Yo.
That would be Kino right there. I would be saying
a lot of
the
people
N word. I could just say the N word repeatedly.
People.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No, it's like there's people in like trucks. They play video games from the sleeper of their truck, like in the back of their in the sleeper. People play video games there too. It's like, yeah, I think trucking's a perfect job for. So if you like to work alone, that's like the perfect job. Just like
I mean, as long as I can take a shower.
I'm applying for factory jobs because there's actually like factories in New Zealand because this is like a shitty country. So.
What do they make though? What do they make though in the factories?
Furniture, steel
Mm-hmm.
product. That's about it.
Not really. In America, the only thing America really makes now is cars and trucks. That's all we really make. That's the only factories we have. Everything else has like been outsourced to China. So.
I think you guys still make like avionics, like airplane parts, right?
Yes, airplanes. That is also true. Yeah, like airplanes too, like those Boeing or Airbus jets. Yes.
Yeah. No, in New Zealand they make furniture and like steel products. Like they put steel into molds. It's like my mate bought a tow bar that was made in New Zealand quite recently. I bought a metal bowl that was made in New Zealand. So they make steel products here.
Oh, that's
they make
good.
steel products and furniture.
That's good.
I know. I applied for a job in a furniture factory pretty recently. So.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I was curious, what in New Zealand, like when it comes to driving, what cars do they drive? Do they drive like just sedans, or are they like crossovers, or?
Jap sedans mostly, like Toyota is very common here.
Okay,
mostly Japanese shit.
Like Toyota Camrys or Honda Accord, I guess, around there.
Yeah, no, Honda Accords. I've got a Toyota Corolla, so that's my car.
Okay, yeah. I drive a Hyundai. Which is Hyundai's okay. It's not great. I wouldn't say it's great. It's all right.
Is Nissan Japanese or Korean? I don't remember.
Which one? Hyundai?
Nissan.
Nissan's Japanese.
Yeah, Nissan's pretty common here. Hyundai, Toyota. There's actually a decent amount of like Fords, like not Jap cars, American cars.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
There's a lot of Teslas now. Like recently, there's been more Teslas on the road.
Yeah, even here, where I live, like Tesla's become really popular. I see quite a few Teslas on the road now. So.
I mean, European cars, like there's a couple of B-dubs and like B-dubs and like Fiats. There's some of those. Like my parents used to drive a Fiat. Most of it's Japanese, so Toyotas are probably the most common. Like Corollas, they're pretty common, mate. Nissans, they're pretty common. Also, Suzuki Swifts in the city, they're pretty common, but that's Korean.
Okay. Yeah, like where I live, it's mostly. I guess where I live in the States, it's mostly Toyota, Honda, I guess. But pickup trucks are very common here. So like the Ford F-150, Chevy Silverado, or Ram 1500. Those are.
Pickup trucks are more common probably in the countryside, but not in Auckland where I live.
I see. Where I live, like pickup trucks, like I guess I'm more like in the suburbs, so like pickup trucks are pretty common here. But like, I guess here where I live, it's mostly Toyotas, Honda, Nissan, Hyundai. I occasionally will see. Yeah, of course we see like Mercedes, BMW too, but.
I reckon the actual like most common pickup in New Zealand is probably like a Ford Ranger. There's fucking heaps of those, I reckon.
Oh, that's good. Like, I guess in America it's mostly Ford F-150. That's really pop. Ford F-150 and the Chevy Silverado. That's what I see all the time. And I guess the Ram, the Dodge. Yeah, I guess Dodge Ram's also popular too.
No, there's no Dodgers really in New Zealand. There's a lot of Fords. Like they're probably actually the most popular pickup trucks in New Zealand are Ford. But the most common sort of city driving trucks are like Toyota Corollas.
I see.
I have a Toyota Corolla, and they're pretty common.
Yeah, is it?
I had to repair because I bought my Toyota Corolla and it was already a bit sort of fucked up, so I had to replace some lights on it because they were cracked.
Oh, I see.
And I had the parts, like the parts were easy to find. But I'd actually say the most popular pickup truck in New Zealand is the Ford Ranger. I've seen heaps of those on the road.
Yeah, I guess like first, like I guess Ranger's a little small. Like most popular truck in America is the Ford F-150, which is like I guess Ranger's like a smaller version of the F-150. I guess it's like a little less liters. I guess I don't know exact liters, but yeah. Is your Corolla? Is it a I4 or V6?
Mine?
I think it's a V6. So I gotta wait. Let me look it up. Toyota Corolla L Touring.
What does it look like, bro?
Well, I'm trying to find something. I'm trying to find the specs, mate. Well, mine's more of a, it's not a sedan, it's sort of a wagon.
Oh, okay. What year was it? What year was it built? Is it
1997, so it's pretty old.
I'm guessing it has a lot of miles on it.
I'm trying to find a good mate, I put it in chat for you, Warhammer. You can bring this up. I'll DM it to you.
Oh, thank you, man.
This is the car I drive. But it's a
Is it in
color.
Discord? Where is it at? Is it in Discord?
Yeah,
or...
Discord. It's in Discord.
Okay. Is it in general or what?
See, wait, then I found a picture that's way more like my car. This is actually the one this is closer to what I drive. Open the second image. It's pretty much a spot on. It's like a carbon copy of the car I drove.
That looks pretty old and worn out. Like, is it brand new or
yeah,
what?
well, like I drive a 25-year-old car, buddy.
You wouldn't exactly be very impressed with what I drive.
You drive like a station.
I'm just telling the truth. Mate, I drive an old Toyota Corolla.
like a station wagon.
Yeah. It's a wagon, yeah.
It looks good though. Looks like...
Well, it's not my one. That's the similar one.
How many miles do you have on it? This is since like 25 years old. I'm guessing it's like over 100 already.
Is it a good vehicle or what?
About 140.
I mean, I guess it looks cool. Ah, dude, I sound like such a nerd.
It's basically classic, mate. I'm driving a classic car.
You are technically. Yeah.
It's a classic car, buddy. It's only going to go up in value. That's my code. It's going to go up in value because it's going to become a classic car.
Oh crap! How do I use this?
That's true, man. Hey.
But no, yeah, I drive a shitty old. Basically, just drive a shitty old like That's my car.
It's a Toyota though. It's a Toyota, so it's better than a Volkswagen at least. Yeah. Is Chevrolet popular in New Zealand or not?
Nah, not really. Well, it's sort of funny. My aunt, my uncle, and myself, we all drive shitty old cars.
Yeah, they still work, man. They still work.
Yeah. Well, actually, well, maybe I shouldn't dox my uncle. I won't say about that. I won't talk about information about my uncle, so I won't say it.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
Let me delete that.
Who's that ghost guy in the chat? He's talking.
Who's that Niccolo?
Yeah, that's Ghost Niccolo.
Buddy?
He's a pretty
cool dude. What is he talking
dude.
about? Solomon and 900.
The Book of Solomon, and he's talking about the Mormon, what the Mormon interpretation of the Bible or something. He's saying that the Song of Solomon says that the Israelites were white people originally, and that the Mormons were wrong to say that the Israelites were Native Americans or something like that.
I see.
Yeah, something like that, bro.
Yeah. Well, New Zealand, like when it comes to trucking, do they drive like? I'm guessing you guys drive like European, like Scania and Mercedes Benz, I guess, or do you drive American trucks like Kenworth?
For trucking, I honestly have no fucking clue. I'm not a trucker, so I have no idea.
Are they the cab over trucks, like the ones which are like flat nose, like they're flat in the front, like they're like a box shape? The cab is box shaped, like.
Honestly, I don't drive on the highway enough, so I don't really remember. Like, you have to remember, most of the cargo in New Zealand is transported by train.
By rail. By
or
rail.
boat. So, you don't see too many trucks. And most of the time when I see a truck, it's usually I'm stuck behind one. So, I don't see the front. If you know what I mean? Like, when
I see it.
When I see what you mean. I don't pay attention to it anymore because it's usually I'm stuck behind the fucking truck that's blocking the road. So once I get past it, I'm not really paying attention to it. So I don't know what the trucks look like from the front, really.
But when you go to like, how are the North and South Islands connected? Is there like a tunnel like from Wellington to the other island, or?
No, it's a ferry, mate. It's a boat.
Oh, okay. So no tunnel, no underground tunnel, or no underwater tunnel.
No tunnel, no bridge. It's just a boat, mate.
I see.
That's why they deliver most. If it's something has to go to the North Island, they just deliver by a boat to the North Island, the South Island, or the North Island. They don't go for one island and then travel to the other island.
I see.
So they only really use rail if you're going to go, deliver it to one of the ports in the North Island or one of the ports in the South Island. So if you deliver it to Canterbury, then they'll train it to, they'll do a train delivery to Otago. Or if you deliver it off in Tauranga, they'll train it up to Auckland or train it down to like Wellington.
I see.
There's no bridges, it's just all by ferry, so...
That's how Australia and what is it, Tasmania? That's how they're connected. I think they're also connected by ferry, I believe.
Yeah, it's also Australia and Tasmania's a much larger distance as well. It's about like 3 times longer.
Probably takes. I'm trying to train. Probably takes like a couple hours. Just either by boat. Probably takes a couple hours just to get across.
From North to South Island, or from Australia to Tasmania?
Tasmania, Australia, Tasmania. That probably takes a couple hours. I'm sure, right?
Yeah, probably. It's quite the distance. It's probably about 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you ferry from the North to South Island in New Zealand, it's only like 2 or 3 hours. I'm pretty sure.
That's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's not that far. So it's like I think the distance between the Australian mainland to Tasmania is way longer than the distance from the North and the South Island in New Zealand. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess you could also fly. I guess you want to go from North and South Island. You could just fly too, right? You could just fly from Auckland to like Christchurch, right?
Yeah, I've done that like at least 3 times. So not that hard to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. How are the beaches in New Zealand, really?
If you come here in summer, they're not too bad. Any other time of the year, you probably don't want to go swimming in it because it's pretty cold. Unless you like the cold water, mate. Some people are into it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to go
Don't
swimming
mind
in
me.
cold water,
I'm just doing me. Stuff that I usually do.
fair enough, buddy. Fair enough. But it's not Australia because I've been to like Gold Coast and stuff, and their oceans are warm as frick. But if you go to New Zealand, like the oceans are way colder. Like you only sort of want to swim in it in summer, and if you don't swim in it when it's not summer, you better be used to swimming in cold water, buddy. You better like the cold water.
Mm-hmm. New Zealand.
So, typically the water in New Zealand is pretty warm. Isn't it like summer all round?
Not really. It's summer in summer, but in winter it gets pretty cold. Like I think in winter here it got to like at some of the lowest points got to like between 6 and 5 degrees Celsius. So that's pretty cold. And that's in Auckland. Like in the parts of the South Island it snows and stuff. So.
Interesting.
And it's sort of parts of the North Island it snows as well. Like if you go to Taupo/Waihuru, which is sort of elevated part of the North Island, it snows there. They get snowstorms and stuff every now and again. So it snows even in the North Island, and it snows in the South Island definitely. So the weather here is sort of messed up.
Is it South Island it snows? Like what is like at the tip of the South Island, or is it like even in like Christchurch maybe?
Christchurch snows.
Oh really? I didn't know that.
Nelson and Marlborough, which is sort of more towards the top of the South Island.
Mm-hmm.
They probably don't snow that much.
Mm-hmm.
But if you went to like Christchurch, Otago, Southland, Queenstown, Invercargill, they snow there.
Mm-hmm.
Like they snow there all the time.
Cool.
Yeah, that's like right on the tip.
Wait, there's snow in New Zealand, dude? Really?
What's that, Warhammer? Sorry?
There's snow in New Zealand?
Yeah, no, it snows here all the time, buddy.
I can't believe that. Well, I mean, you guys are pretty close to the South Pole, right?
Well, I mean, we're not that close. Like the thing with the southern hemisphere of the Earth is there's more water, and the water disperses the heat better than the north. So that's why it snows more in the northern hemisphere than the southern hemisphere. But it does actually snow in the southern parts of New Zealand.
Are you?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that either.
So you're mostly English, right? You're English or what?
What you mean, ancestry?
Yeah, if I may ask.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty much 100% like English ancestry.
Cool. I mean, I guess I don't know. Do you think that? Do you think we're gonna actually go to AI singularity? Like actually reach a point in the technocracy where all of human consciousness, individual consciousness is removed and replaced with like a hive AI kind of thing?
Mate, hold up. Sorry, I'm just going to send you this because you're talking about snowing in New Zealand. I remember this. I was a child, but it was the worst snowstorm New Zealand ever had. Wait. Oh, wait. Eric's not on Discord. Wait, can I send it on Streamlabs? No, I can't. Warhammer. I'm going to send it to you and you need to bring it up.
Let me post this in my Discord right fast.
So in 2006, this is Christchurch, New Zealand, with the worst snowstorm it ever had.
Whoa. Is it on Discord or what?
Yeah, I sent it to you via DM.
Holy shit. That's worse than Santa Ana.
Yeah, so this is only 18 years ago. This is the worst snowstorm they had. But it does snow there every couple of years. Like every year or so, it will snow there pretty badly. But not that bad. That's probably the worst they've ever had. But it will snow in the South Island like that.
Oh, dang.
That's pretty bad, man.
Yeah,
It's not that common, but every now and again it'll snow pretty bad. Like either in like, you know, Christchurch or in Waihuru or in like Queenstown or the Southland. It'll snow real bad.
Hey,
So
what's
you do
up,
get
Ghost
heavy snows here every couple of years.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry, I'm driving, so I'm kind of muting myself so you don't get drowned out by my old beat up poopty.
Nick, let's go.
Forge Gang! Forge Gang! Let's scream it in Shaggy's ears! Forge Gang!
Yeah, 3-4 just sent me the link to join, so I figured I'd join. I told Surfer I got on his stream a little bit and congratulated him, you know, on his 1,000 subs. We got to get Hammer to 1,000 subs now.
Let's go!
Let's go. We'll get you there.
Let's go! 1K subs! Little Shimmy freestyle and always be riding on the high M speed. Let's just be getting it up on the way!
Let's go. Warhammer to 100K. Let's go. 1K,
Oh.
not 100K. Not quite there yet. 1K.
Burger
1K
Boy.
to 100K.
Burger Boy said that I needed to do a 24-hour stream. That would really help a lot.
Yo, do the 24-hour stream, mate. Mate, if you do a
24-hour
24-hour
streams just seem like they take a lot out of you. You know, like they just seem like they're draining. You know, that's just me.
Mate, well, I was thinking of doing a 24-hour stream, but you know, if you're saying negative comments like that, maybe I shouldn't.
Well, I mean, we saw what happened to Ethan Rolfe, right? He kind of pooed on himself a little bit.
We have to remember Ethan Ralph is not the ideal specimen of human health. Is like the nice way to put it.
Right. What's the word? He's not very can't. It's not physiognomy. It's like something else. It's some other word.
I would say he's not as advanced quite yet, but he'll get there. One step at a time.
Yeah. Oh, Hammer, I was gonna say like, I was listening earlier, and like, you were saying, the camps of these people, these different groups are all split, and like even Christian identity is split into like groups, different factions that don't get along with each other. Like there's the one seed line people who are kind of like the James Masons, and then there's like the dual seed line, or no, James Mason is a dual seed line Christian identity, and there's other people that are like one seed line that think there's believe there's only one line, and like everybody, like even if you're a hybrid, you're not full one race or whatever, like you can still be grafted in and saved, which is kind of what I believe. I don't really believe a whole lot of the James Mason Christian identity that's like, like all non-whites are going to just go to hell or whatever because, they're mixed or whatever. But it's all split up in, warring factions. Like there's even like, there's flat earth Christian identities, and then there's, globe earth Christian identities who hate the flat earthers and vice versa. So, like it's all this, divide and conquer stuff.
Well, we were talking about this before with Mac and Warhammer. We think that theories like Flat Earth and QAnon are basically there to create an artificial divide and conquer. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, yeah, like QAnon, I mean, I think they are 100% controlled off,
They have to
I mean,
be,
I've
bro.
seen, and they're really like like when I see QAnon people, it's always like, there's all this shadow government and stuff, which there's truth in that, but then they'll be like, Hitler was the worst person to ever live, and he killed all these 6 million Jews. And
well, anyone that says that should automatically be disregarded because they're already regurgitating like libtard propaganda. So
and it's kind of
disregard it.
Yeah.
It's kind of just like, okay, so there's some truth.
We got to be
in it,
careful
but then
about the
there's
gamer
also
words.
just complete bullshit.
The stream will get taken down.
And it's the same thing with flat Earth stuff. I mean, I'm more of I'm agnostic when it comes to the shape of the Earth because I don't know. I mean, I know what the Bible tells me, how I interpret it.
Donut, let's go.
Like, how I interpret it in the Bible is different than how someone else interprets it in the Bible. So, like I might get a flat Earth and someone else gets a globe Earth. So I've never seen the Earth from space or anything, and I probably never will. So I don't trust NASA or any government agency to tell me what the Earth looks like, or that they're shooting rockets into space or whatever. Like, so I'm kind of agnostic when it comes to the shape of the Earth. Like I know the Earth exists.
I don't think the Earth is flat, bro.
Well, like I think that, like, okay, if it was flat, because look, because there's hills and mountains, right? So technically, it's not flat because there's hills and mountains. But like, if we think of like a huge plane, then like Mount Everest is going to be like a pimple on the face of the Earth, right? So it's not like
whether it was regarded as a flat Earth or a.
Dude, is there any way to fix the mics of the guests? I'm being told that people only can hear my voice, and whenever I talk, it goes over all the guests. Is there any way where I can fix the mic of the guests?
Okay. I think one thing. I think the problem is like you're broadcasting from both OBS and StreamYard. If you just broadcast from StreamYard, it should fix the problem, I think, because like it's perfectly fine on StreamYard. I think, like from what I'm listening to. So like, okay, you see the go live. You see the go live feature. You see that?
Give me a second. Go live. Let's see here.
Yeah, go to your
Oh,
StreamYard.
buddy. We've been here for hours and the guests couldn't even hear us.
I could hear y'all whenever I was just watching on YouTube, so I don't know what they're saying or tripping about, because I could hear y'all
Could you hear me
earlier.
on Mac talk? Goes.
Right now?
No, before you joined in, could you hear us? Because we were talking
Yeah,
for like
yeah,
2 hours.
yeah. I could hear all three of y'all.
Yo, mate, maybe it's an A-log. A-log when you mess up the volume settings. One of those dirty A-logs.
Yeah.
Wasn't,
Okay, so yeah, if you just
wasn't I
Yeah,
at
so, like,
173 subs? Dude, I was at 173 subs and I'm down to 169. Not that I take it personal.
Well, not Surfer, Hammer, I have an interesting theory that I think I told 3-4 yesterday on stream about, because, like, sometimes that'll happen to me. I'll lose, like, 2 or 3 subs